Philadelphia Eagles.
Mm-hmm. Who lost as well yesterday. And Jalen Hurts has not been great, man. He's thrown 7 picks. Zach Wilson with a big win.
Your guy, Zach Wilson.
I'm rooting for the Jets, man. I'm
telling you guys, it's my one takeaway from early on. I honestly think Zach Wilson, it might be with a different team. Who knows? I don't think Rodgers is going to play that long. I think if you leave the kid alone, he might be okay. Partsy, thoughts?
I think Zach Wilson has, even yesterday, has a very, very long way to go before he's considered starting quarterback in this league. I think that he has
I didn't think that's what you were going to say, Partsy.
Yeah. I think that he has some physical talent, but, I mean, even yesterday, they settled for 4 field goals, and it's
I know what you're going to say. You're going to say he's a dum-dum.
He does not process the game very well right now, and I also think that it's very, like, they're making it as easy as they can on him, and when you see a team that struggles in the red zone, to me, that's a telltale sign. The Ravens would be a perfect example. Like, Tucker kicked 1 million field goals in their win, and it's when you don't have plays that have timing, fluidity, again, I know it's boring to say, but football fundamentals, all of a sudden you get to the red zone and the windows get tighter. You can't have guys clear out because there's nowhere to clear everybody out. You have to have a guy back there who can go through his progressions, know exactly whether it's pre-snap or during the play, and sling the ball where it's supposed to be, or you're going to settle for field goals. Mm-hmm. So until he starts really coming out here and ripping the balls that are second and third down his progression lines, I just don't know if he's got it.
So we were asking earlier about the game tonight, because this is a big game for both teams. Chargers at home coming off a bye. Cowboys, last time we saw them, they got embarrassed Sunday Night Football in San Fran. Like, who has more at stake? This is a big game for
Timo and Wilson,
Yes, it feels that way.
We got to keep our foot on your throat.
Well, the Cowboys are laying points. You want to get to your pick, and then we'll discuss why it's all going to play out that way?
So
who do you guys like?
Talked with Partsy this morning. We're going back and forth. When I woke up this morning, I thought this was the hardest pick I'm going to have. Mm-hmm. And I was really torn. We. My bad, Partsy. My bad.
Yes, I'll forgive you, Parts.
And I want the Cowboys to win, but I'm taking the Chargers.
Yes, that's the play every day of the week.
My thought is, the more I dug into this thing, first and foremost, I think with Van Der Esch out on Dallas, there's chats that Micah Parsons is going to be playing linebacker because they can't stop the run. And Trayvon Diggs out for the year. I think they have some holes on defense. You look at the 3 wins Dallas has had, and they've been able to create turnovers, get up a bunch, and basically cruise.
Bad teams.
The Giants, the
Jets.
The Jets.
At home.
Let's not forget the Chargers aren't exactly world beaters, gentlemen.
No,
agreed.
But they're at home coming off a bye.
And then the next thing I'll say is this whole situation with Kellen Moore, if I'm a Cowboys fan, scares me a little bit. I mean, Mike McCarthy basically shipped him out of town. Since, the dawn of time with Kellen Moore, when he was playing quarterback in college, all anyone said about this guy is that he's like an offensive guru. He knows all these things. This is a guy who basically just got shipped out of Dallas, is going to know this defense like the back of his hand, know every individual on this defense, and also be able to go into the Chargers D-coordinate defensive room and be like, hey, this is what Dak Prescott hates, because if there's one guy who knows Dak Prescott, it's Kellen Moore.
That's it, man. It's like what we saw with Dable and the Bills last night. Like, Dable, he knows Allen. He knows that offense. It didn't work in terms of them winning, but it worked in terms of covering. I mean, both these teams scare me historically because they know how to choke, right? The Chargers love to choke away a ball game, but off a bye, at home, getting points, that's Chargers. That's what I thought this morning. I mean,
I can't tell if you're trolling right now.
No, I'm not.
Should I be nervous right now? Should I switch to pick?
Hayes and Company, I'm seeing the board very well. If I had to pick, I'd go Chargers tonight.
Have you ever
Hayes
heard a
Co.
guy
is
say,
a fraud?
I'm seeing the board very well. It's so painful. It's like, we get it. We're better than you. We're elite. We're pro athletes, and we don't talk like that. We just do our thing.
That's fine. You can do whatever you want.
Here's a serious question for you, Hayes. So you come off probably the greatest calls you've ever made.
Yes. The only one he's ever had stones.
Exactly. So what is it going to feel like when we nail this call tonight and you're like, wow, I had a great weekend, and you made up absolutely no ground because Timo and Wilson is a juggernaut that cannot be stopped? we're going to be 1/3 of the season done, and there's just no sign of slowing.
That's fine.
Let's go, Part C.
Let's go, pro athletes all the way.
I'm still right on your tail, so it doesn't matter. Listen, you got to lay up. The London games have been rigged and layups.
Like that game,
when it kicked off.
Jackson, I swear to God, I took my daughter to hockey in Barrie the other day, and a gentleman came up to me and he said, that call Owen Wilson made in London with Jacksonville, and the gentleman, you know who I'm talking about. The call, the Bills-Jacksonville, was the greatest gambling call he's ever been a part of, and he benefited from it. And he shook my hand and said,
wow.
You and Luke Wilson are great gentlemen, and Owen Wilson is the real deal.
Sure. All right.
Thank you for saying
Let's
that.
pretend we live in a world where that actually happened.
No, it did.
100%.
That's a great
I can't even get a coffee. I can't walk to the store and get a coffee without someone making a mention of Team Owen Wilson's greatness.
You guys picked that game. It was Ravens -4 by kickoff. I think it was -6.5. Everything started moving. Tennessee was a disaster. That's fine. That's a layup. Detroit against the Bucs. That should have been a 7.5, 10.5 point spread. Detroit's legit, man. I got to give Dan Campbell some serious credit, man. That defense, they are legit.
Baker Mayfield.
Like the Bengals at home against the Seahawks, tough game. Giants laying those kind of points on a Sunday night at the Ralph. I mean, those are tough games. Tonight's a tough game. Tonight's a tough game. But I wouldn't be here's my spin on why. And again, I'm going against my own logic here. But why I think the Cowboys, if they're going to win, this is why they will win. They got embarrassed as badly as they did last week.
Yes.
Like, football. You go home, you lick your wounds, and you say, man, that can't happen again on primetime. I think it benefits them. It's back-to-back primetime. Right. You get smoked.
Dude, they're always
in the
on
Bay
prime
Area.
time. What are you talking about? It's not like they're getting jacked up for it. Every Cowboy game is prime time.
They'll be jacked up.
Also got,
how many Cowboy fans do you think will be there?
A lot, but
50%?
Again, deep down, I want not any now because we need the dub, but I like Dallas. Like I like Cowboys fans for the most part.
Really?
I really do.
That's shocking. I've never heard anyone say that before.
The wild thing is here, I'm not sure this team is any good.
No.
Like, they got thumped last week.
They lost to Arizona.
They lost to Arizona, and they have really no good wins on their resume right now.
Partsy, here's a little thing for you. Don't ever forget what the Cowboys are. They give you false hope, and everyone buys into the logo and how good they are and how much money they spend and how grandiose everything is. They screw it up every year, whether it's Dak, whether it's injuries, whether it's Mike McCarthy blowing something on the sidelines. They do the same garbage every year, and don't ever forget that.
Yes, they do. But you know who that description also applies to?
Who?
The Chargers. The L.A. Chargers are
They're good at it, too.
They shoot themselves in the foot more than maybe any other franchise in pro sports. Tonight would be a classic example.
Kellen Moore is that guy.
Moore.
He's that coach to me.
Listen, they put up numbers. Like, offensively, they put up numbers. Can they get stops? Like, the first few weeks, Khalil Mack's a beast.
And that is where it's like Dallas's team, I think, is not built to play run and gun ball. Like, McCarthy said he wanted more out of there because he's like, too many gadgets. We want to run the ball more. If the Chargers start putting up numbers and then it's like, hey, we need Dak to throw for 350 tonight, he might throw for 350, but 2 of those will be picks, and that's going to cost him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
And then
I got
another
one for
undefeated
you,
weekend.
So you've been in L.A. a lot. You hang out,
Well, I am a frequent L.A. visitor.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Justin Herbert.
Yes.
Justin
Herbert, yes.
I call him Hebert. I don't know why I call him Hebert all the time. Herbert. Apologies. If he walked into name a club there, whatever, like
just ask him the King Daddy.
What's the King Daddy top?
Is he in the top 300 of famous people in L.A.?
In L.A.? No.
Yes, I know.
If this guy's, let's leave outside of L.A. for a sec. If this guy goes down to Newport Beach or even Hermosa Beach, Newport's too far. We'll go Hermosa Beach.
Right.
You're like, oh, this guy just caught a couple waves today, man. You have no idea this guy's a ball player.
Right. Like
he's working out on the strip there.
He's in Hollywood. I said he's probably the 500th famous person in LA as far as notice.
Top 250. He's a quarterback, dude. This guy's 6'5". He looks like, Mr. America.
Adonis, yes.
Yes, he's 6'5". He's got great hair.
But there's some pitch and there's a bunch of
nice guy in West
Hollywood. He went to Sunset. There's a pancake place on Sunset where there's a guy that looks like that, serving pancakes because he's an actor.
That's
I want to
fine.
be actor.
But he doesn't
1,000%.
He's not worth $250 million and a starting quarterback.
That's not the question.
Yes, it is. That's LA in a nutshell. How much money do you make? Who are you? What kind of access can you get me?
You said recognizable. I'm like, they were.
No, I said celebrity. I said celebrity
status. Okay.
I'm telling you, man. Justin Herbert, whatever the hell his name is.
Herbert, I apologize.
Justin Herbert walks down the strip on Sunset at midnight on a Friday night. People are going to be like, that's a starting quarterback for our LA Chargers.
What?
Chargers town. They love the Chargers.
I don't know if Patrick Mahomes walked down Sunset, but there's no football fans there.
Yeah, see, that was one of my takes also, actually. So I'm kind of splitting hairs here. Because I said I thought 50% of the fans tonight will be Cowboy fans.
Oh, for sure.
Like 50% minimum. Because it's the Cowboys and they travel, but the Chargers, no one in LA cares.
And if they
except for Justin Herbert,
it would be
because
about
of his
the
celebrity.
Rams.
Yeah, and even that, I'm not sure the Rams don't sell like a ton. Like there's a lot of visiting fans in the building for the Rams.
Agreed.
Even Ram games.
But I think that generally, if you ask someone who's like a hardcore LA person who they pull for, they'd say the Rams. Like, no, I don't know if I know anyone who's like, I'm a Los Angeles Chargers guy.
No,
they're all San Diego people.
I think you're probably right. Okay, Herbert goes to San Diego.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're talking, right? All right.
Probably.
Doesn't matter. It's all hypothetical.
Totally different scene here. We're talking about walking on Sunset Boulevard.
There's Kardashians, you name it. Like there's.
All right, maybe he's not in the top 250, but he's up there.
Top 500.
He's more popular than people on TikTok.
Partsy, do you think there's any part of Los Angeles, beach area, Santa Monica, that Hazy B would cause a stir at all?
Santa Monica, it's
Venice
possible.
Beach. Venice Beach.
Yeah, I could
Venice
see that.
is gritty.
Yeah, it's gritty there.
But
Gritty?
they like winters. They like winters in Venice.
So
I think it would have to be some
They'd
kind
love
of
me
grubby.
there.
It would have to be some kind of grubby sports
Probably a
bar.
sports bar.
If they have like a Canadian like
House.
Yeah, something like that.
Sure.
Like a Maple Leaf bar.
Yeah. We
That's
ring
it,
out.
though.
We ring out down there in LA. I'm sure we ring out. All right, Timo and Wilson, you guys are on the Chargers tonight, getting 1.5 points. Lock it in, Doogie. Doogie's back there doing work.
Pro athlete salute.
Pro athlete salute.
Noodles, thanks for joining in. Thank you.
He is a pro athlete.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was.
Exactly. It was meant for
Another
3
life
people.
Well, semi-professional. You can get in there.
Yeah, there you go.
Semi-professional.
By the way, I
I
just
got
want to
paid
say
for my trade at one point.
next
$150 a week.
is going to be, I'm calling it right now, next week will be the separator.
Yeah?
Next week,
Oh, yeah.
almost every game on the schedule, I'm going to give you a heads up. You better start looking.
Sure.
Because there'll be no layups, and my goodness, is it going to be tough.
Listen, I'm
Next
all
week
good,
is
man.
the separator.
You don't have to worry
we're
about
gonna
me.
build it up. The separator.
The separator. This
Yeah,
is,
you know why it's a
this
separator?
is the week.
The grappler's not handing you guys layups anymore.
Yeah.
Doogie's
Grappler
actually
gave you
got
guys
some
a-
integrity.
Well, have you met Doogie?
Yeah,
I already gave him the handful of cash. He knows the
Yeah,
protocol.
Doogie.
yeah.
I know.
He'll have $1,000 on him for the rest of his life.
$1,000 handshake.
As he should. All right, the boys are on the Chargers tonight, getting 1.5 in LA against the Cowboys. We'll chat with you later in the week.
Sounds good.
There's Luke Wilson. All right, we'll come back, tee up the Leaf game one more time as well. Get to our best bets brought to you by FanDuel. Overdrive continues. TSN 1050 and on TSN 2.
Time now for TSN 1050 Time Saver Traffic.
Crash on the 401 eastbound express past Meadowvale has graduated to 2 left lanes, and that's not a positive line as it's a busy go as you approach Morningside. And of course, 401 eastbound slow as is from the 410 heading beyond the 404 DVP. North DVP, eastbound Gardner heading to the city. Still a busy one, but at least problem free. Get more value out of every kilometer in a Subaru, starting with award-winning safety at your local Subaru dealer. From the News Talk 1010 Traffic Center, I'm Dan Dealey.
You came here to kill me, so do it.
This month on Crave. Every day is Halloween with all episodes of HBO's The Last of Us,
You're not going to scare us.
Showtime's Yellow Jackets,
We need to find a way to stay alive.
plus terrifying movies like Halloween Ends, Evil Dead Rise, The Exorcist, and more.
I'm losing my mind.
Stream now if you dare on Crave.
It all ends now.
Plans starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
Richard and Ola wanted to sell their apartment building that they had owned for over 40 years. Having to deal with problem tenants was starting to take a toll on them, not to mention the concern of interest rates affecting values. So they contacted the number one RE/MAX team in Toronto and the GTA. That's Franklin and Associates. They wanted to make sure that they secured the most money possible. And that's when the multi-million-dollar marketing system that reaches millions of potential buyers was put into action, and 3 offers were received, and the property was sold at a price that far exceeded Richard and Ola's expectations. Most agents start marketing after you list with them. Frank is marketing long before he meets a potential seller. That's why he has buyers lined up as soon as he lists the home. You too can get amazing results when selling your property by calling Franklin & Associates, the only team that I trust. You want to have a multi-million-dollar marketing machine and team of professionals working for you. So call Franklin & Associates at 416-917-5466. That's 416-917-LION. Or go online to getleo.com and start packing with confidence.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced Same Game Parlay Plus. It's a game changer. Making a same game parlay across different games has never been easier because the biggest games and most popular markets are now all in one place. Check out our Same Game Parlay Plus now and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 years or older, Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca. Need to get out of your car lease? You need the exit power of Lease Busters, Canada's #1 lease takeover destination and marketplace. They'll maximize your exit power, so getting out of your vehicle lease is easy. Before you give back your lease, check out leasebusters.com.
Buying a new car? You could go from dealership to dealership and spend hours negotiating. Or you could go to carcostcanada.com. Choose your vehicle, view your customer report, see your recommended dealer. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3, and membership is free.
We interrupt this commercial break for an important news bulletin. Desjardins Insurance was spotted downtown helping everyone in its path. Unpredictable weather, fallen tree branches, wayward baseballs flying towards second-story windows. Desjardins Insurance is helping Canadians through it all. Is there nothing this large and friendly ally won't do for neighbors in need? Never before have we seen insurance with a heart so big it shows.
Desjardins Insurance, home and auto. Learn more at desjardins.com/heart.
At Public Mobile, we do things differently. From our subscription phone plans to throwing a big sale right now when no one else is. Well, maybe they are, but who cares? Our sale is better. And it's on right now. No waiting necessary. You have the latest phone. Now take advantage of a great price on a 5G subscription phone plan. It's the perfect deal for anyone who could use some savings right now. Subscribe today at publicmobile.ca. Different is calling.
It's so cold in here.
You're blocking the fan.
Can you toss me that blanket?
Okay, who turned up the heat? Because it's a sauna in here.
Did you hear me? I'm a popsicle.
My blanket needs a blanket.
Open.
Just a few degrees lower.
You may never agree on the perfect temperature, but agree on a smart thermostat. It can learn your preferences and adjusts automatically to keep the whole family comfy from anywhere, anytime. Until October 31st, get $100 off popular smart thermostat models and save instantly before you buy. Terms and conditions apply. Visit enbridgegas.com/smartthermostat.
The Hyundai Hockey Hall of Fame Legends Classic presents an all-star team of playmakers versus a legendary team of goal scorers. Who will win? Find out Sunday, November 12th at Scotiabank Arena. Get your tickets now.
Now, back to Overdrive with Hayes, Noodles, and the O-Dog.
I told you long ago on the road, I got what they waiting for.
All right, Doogie, do me a favor before we get out of here. Check out the maps. Let us know what the parkway's like because we got to get down there ASAP for puck drop tonight. Doogie's on it. I think we used to ask the Grappler to look up, the Waze app or whatever every once in a while.
He never did anything. He didn't do it.
Grappler would do it. Grappler would happily do it. He would do it now, right? He's in management. He'd do it for higher-ups, right? The CEO of the company would do it. He wouldn't do it for us. But
whatever email that guy sent about some sound, I'm not participating.
Yeah, you're going to be on it. I'm telling you, sound check tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
Sound check for what? We've been using this stuff for 5 years.
No, it's an on-air check.
Yeah, he wants to make sure that it's 25 minutes to get down to the Scotiabank Arena. Look at Doogie's right on it, man.
See, the guy's the best. We love him.
Okay. Today's best bets are powered by FanDuel. Make your picks and assemble a same-game parlay in seconds on the FanDuel Sportsbook app. We're riding the Matthews wave here. Austin Matthews, anytime goal scorer tonight. We're on it. Yeah. Maple Leafs by 1.5 or more. Okay, so we're buying the half. I know
you're paying for that, aren't you?
It's still juice, but by them, 2+ tonight. I think it's like an empty netter. I think it'll be a good game tonight. I do, but I like the Leafs by 2+, and Conor Bedard to register 4+ shots on goal tonight. There's your parlay. There's your SGP for the Maple Leaf game tonight.
Pretty good one.
Yeah, I like it. Today's best bets are powered by FanDuel. Same game parlays are now available for every NHL game on the FanDuel Sportsbook app. Please play responsibly. 19+ and physically located in Ontario. All right, Conor Bedard tonight. Think he gets on the score sheet?
I do. I think he gets on the score sheet. I think Matthews scores. I don't know if he gets 3. I think there's lots of goals tonight. I think it's a lopsided game, personally.
Me too.
You like Leafs big tonight?
Yeah, I like Leafs big.
I've got a feeling on that. But I've been completely wrong on everything so far.
I think Chicago, they've had a really tough schedule to start.
Yeah, on the road.
Right, they play. This is their 4th game tonight on the road. Yeah, this feels like one where...
That's a grindy start for them, easy.
And the Leafs have been home the whole time. The Leafs are just sitting at home waiting. They're the veteran team. It should be Leafs big tonight, but we'll see. Game can be heard right here on TSN Radio. The Tap Man coming up with Frankie Corrado. Full breakdown tomorrow. And full breakdown on the Monday Nighter as well. All right, we got a lot cooking this week. Lots cooking this week. We're out of here. Thanks to everyone behind the scenes for helping out. We appreciate it. Everyone for tuning in today, radio, TV, podcast, web. Enjoy your evenings. Enjoy the games tonight. We're back tomorrow at...
Doogie, that's a hell of a start. 4 p.m.
We'll chat then.
Time now for TSN 1050 Time Saver Traffic.
2 crashes right now. Gardner eastbound approaching Jameson. 2 left lanes blocked. And if you're heading downtown, expect delays around Kipling. And a collision continues. 401 eastbound express past Meadowvale. 2 left lanes blocked. And as the Rangers let the Astros linger, some delays linger on the northbound DVP as well eastbound QEW through Mississauga. Whether you'll be biking, driving, heading away, or staying home this winter, CAA has useful tips to keep you safe. For winter-wise advice to weather the season, visit caasco.com. From the Newstalk 1010 Traffic Center, I'm Dan Deely.
First up with Korolnik and Koliakovo. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on TSN 1050.
You ain't first, you're last.
Foul chefs.
I'm the one with the knife.
Foul food.
What is that? The smell.
Foul mouth.
Shut it down.
Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, he's back. A new episode of Kitchen Nightmares. Stream now.
What you eating there?
Oh, just a Leon's $10,000 shopping spree in a Chevy Colorado.
And how do you plan to get all that from a Big Mac?
Monopoly Double Play.
Monopoly Double Play?
First, I peel on pack, then I peel an app. 2 ways to play and win.
So basically, you're potentially holding the most lucrative Big Mac ever?
No, I'm potentially eating the most lucrative Big Mac ever.
Now you can double play at McDonald's for more ways to win millions of prizes. While supplies last, chances of winning change as prizes are claimed. Chances of winning McD's app prizes based on time of code entry. See rules at participating McDonald's in Canada or at mcdpromotion.ca.
For a limited time, 1 + 1 = 3. That's because when you order new windows at Nordic Windows and Doors, you get an upgrade from double pane to triple pane at no extra charge. That's maximum energy savings. Wait, there's more. Like free exterior paint on new entry doors and up to 30% off multi-product orders. Lock in this great deal from Nordic Windows and Doors before it's gone on October 31st. Find out more at nordik.com.
When my knees were hurting, I was that guy who told everyone about it. I talked to my colleagues. Hi, everyone. My knees hurt. To my dog. My knees hurt. But really, I should have been talking to my doctor about Cingal, the only treatment that combines fast-acting and long-lasting relief from osteoarthritis knee pain in a single injection. To find a clinic, visit cingal.ca. CINGAL.ca. Stop going on about your knee pain. Instead, talk to your doctor about Cingal. Cingal may not be appropriate for everyone. If you have questions about this product, talk to your doctor.
Cold sores, pink eye, acne, minor ailments can be a pain, but Shoppers Pharmacists can help with that. And now, even more. Book an appointment at shoppersdrugmart.ca/minor illness or visit us in store. Prescriptions only available at pharmacist discretion.
Kai writes, Dear Canadian Tire, I just moved to Winnipeg. Any tips on how to winterize my vehicle? With the right preparation and essentials from Canadian Tire, your vehicle will be road ready even during Winterpeg's long winter. My advice? Look for the Auto Brands Canadians Trust. Motomaster, Castrol, Pennzoil, and Michelin. Oh, and a box of hand warmers wouldn't hurt. Get everything you need to get your vehicle winter ready at Canada's Garage. Visit CanadianTire.ca or this week's flyer for the fall mega sale.
Does your furnace have a habit of breaking down as soon as it gets cold outside? And your plans for a relaxing night at home turn cold, along with your toes? Not good. Luckily, a highly trained licensed Intercare technician can get your furnace fixed fast. And what we quote is what you pay. So don't get left out in the cold. And right now, get a free diagnostic checkup, a $99 value. Get your furnace fixed right with Intercare. Terms and conditions apply. Give your home more at intercare.ca.
This TSN segment for 2-for-1 Pizza. 2-for-1 Pizza is taking it up a notcho with new 2-for-1 nachos and Irish nachos for just $9.99 each. Call 2-for-1-0241.
CHUM AM Toronto is TSN 1050, an iHeart radio station and the voice of Toronto sports.
A great start by the Leafs, 2-0, and the goals are easy to come by. Tonight, fascination on the other side. Chicago is here. Not a great team, but featuring the next one, Conor Bedard. He is dangerous. So, will the Leafs keep him off the score sheet? And will the Leafs fill the Hawks net? Well, let's find out. Molson Canadian Leafs hockey starts now.
It's time for Molson Canadian Leafs hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Oh, yes, they do. Hosting Chicago tonight, the starting lineup is brought to you by Molson. Whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. The Leafs lineup will stack up this way. Austin Matthews centering Marner and Bertuzzi. Tavares centering Nylander and Yarncroke. Fraser Minten centering Domi and Nyes. Kampf centering Reeves and Gregor. The blue line pairings, Riley, Brody, McCabe, Klingberg, Gio, and Liljegren, and Joseph Woll starts in goal. What do you make of that shift on the left side of the second line and Max Domi moving down?
Well, it started halfway through the game against the Minnesota Wild. Well, Sheldon Keefe decided to move Calle Jarnkrok up to the second line with John Tavares and William Nylander, and it paid off because Calle Jarnkrok ended up scoring a goal. And Max Domi is one of the players. It's early in the season, but you'd like to see a little bit more out of him. And, you know, he's playing on a fresh line here with Fraser Minten and Matthew Nyes, a couple rookies, and he's going to take on some responsibility in that role, but we're still looking to see what this identity is of the third line. Maybe Max Domi can find a spot there and add a little spark to that line. As far as the fourth line goes, they've been excellent. They've been as advertised. I think Ryan Reeves is playing a big role on this team. Although he may not play more than 8 or 9 minutes a night, the impact he's having with the physicality, all we hear is about how vocal he's been on the bench, on the ice, the way he's putting his body on the line. It's been very impressive. And Joseph Woll getting the start in net tonight. Ilya Samsonov has looked shaky at times. It's a great opportunity for Joseph Woll to get his season going in a positive direction, Jimmy.
I just want to go back to that Domi thing on the third line and tackle it from this viewpoint. With Nyes and Minten, while they're looking after things defensively, if they don't add some offensive totals sometime in the next 2 or 3 games, their sort of outlook may shift. Like, they need to score, don't they?
Yeah, it would be nice for those guys to get on the board, and it just builds so much confidence for you as a player when you know that you're getting rewarded for doing the right things. And to be honest with you, if you sit and watch a game and you isolate Fraser Minten, more often than not, you're going to see him in the right spots. I think he got better in the second game as things went on. The first game obviously was a little bit of a trial by fire for him, but, you know, Max Domi jumping on this line, Jimmy, he's not getting put in the most advantageous of spots. He's got 2 rookies playing on the third line. You know, it's up to him to kind of find a little bit of semblance of what his game can be, that tenacity, that kind of forechecking presence that he does have, and the playmaking ability. It'll be interesting to see how that goes, if Sheldon Keefe stays with these lines as the game rolls on, or if he changes them up. We know how quickly he can shuffle lines during a game.
So for ex-Leafs in Chicago, Zaitsev will be playing tonight. The goaltender Mrazek will not be playing. Soderblom will be the goaltender for Chicago. So is it Nikita Zaitsev revenge night?
It's either the Zaitsev revenge game or the Jake McCabe revenge game.
Yeah.
Pick your poison. But I'll tell you what, all eyes are going to be on Conor Bedard, first-line center for the Chicago Blackhawks, playing with Taylor Hall and Ryan Donato. And he's been outstanding to start the season, as advertised. Scored a beautiful goal against the Boston Bruins. And like we mentioned in the pregame, it's been a very difficult road trip for these guys to start the season. Everywhere this guy goes, there's cameras in his face, there's microphones in his face, and he's handled it really, really well. It'll be awesome to see him here in Toronto tonight.
Here's the other point about that. 5 games on the road. When you watch the first game against Pittsburgh, I mean, let's not forget about the line change. Home team has that advantage. And so he's walking into a defensive setup every time.
Yeah, that's a great point, and he's getting tested with tough matchups early on. He had Crosby on night 1. He had the Pasternak line night 2. In Montreal, he goes head-to-head against Nick Suzuki. Obviously, Conor Bedard is of the ilk of an Austin Matthews, a Connor McDavid, a Sidney Crosby. But for an 18-year-old kid to already get tasked with tough matchups and have the amount of shot attempts and grade A chances, the way he's driving the offense for Chicago, it's been really awesome to see. And he's in the center of the hockey universe tonight. He's going to have all eyes on him, Jimmy. Couple other eyes he's going to have on him. There's word going around that Jeff O'Neill and Brian Hayes are heading down to the game in the alumni box. Do you think they bring you any chicken pesto penne?
No, they're not.
Chance?
They're not built like that. No. Less than a minute to go. In terms of the Leafs blue line, are you happy with it?
Yeah, all things considered, this is the personnel that they have to roll with. You would like to see Timothy Liljegren take another step here as the season goes on, but I think John Klingberg has been a pleasant surprise for them, better than anticipated. Really like what he brings to the first power play unit. It's been on fire to start the season.
So Chicago has the win and then a couple of losses, and the Leafs are 2-0 as they get set to start the proceedings here on a Monday night at Scotiabank Arena. And that means one thing: Joe Bowen and Jimmy Ralph are next. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
At Maple Toyota, fun and work go hand in hand, and your success is the name of the game. Just ask the team of players that have been here since the beginning. In fact, you could say Maple Toyota has...
We're gonna build a train so big, it can't be stopped.
Add stars to a Crave subscription and get the explosive new season of Power Book 4, Force.
Egan's too dangerous to be left alive.
Tommy, you're gonna get what you deserve today. Tommy Egan is back, and he's badder than ever.
They're gonna regret the day they tried to play us. Chicago's a violent city. Game over.
Power Book 4, Force. Stream now on Stars. Also available on Crave.
Ahead of the curve with lightning-fast execution speeds. Blue skies ahead? Go with the trusted broker backed by over 30 years' experience. Switch to CMC Markets and join over 275,000 global traders. Learn more at cmcmarkets.ca. FX spreads apply. CFDs involve a high degree of risk. Member Canadian Investor Protection Fund. Umbrella not included.
2-for-1 Pizza is taking it up a notcho with new 2-for-1 nachos and Irish nachos for just $9.99 each. Enjoy the 2-for-1 nachos with corn tortilla chips or try the Irish nachos with potato wedges. Both come loaded with nacho cheese sauce, mozzarella cheese, tomatoes, green peppers, red onions, and jalapeno peppers. Add a large quattro pizza with 4 toppings combined for only $15.99 plus tax. Order online at 2for1pizza.com.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
Do more in a reliable Subaru, they said. Enjoy more time together to go more places with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, they said. More award-winning safety for more peace of mind, but to listen to one song over and over again with fantastic acoustics. I love you, family, but the singing, nobody warned me about the singing.
Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
I asked my Mopar service expert for advice on preparing my car for winter. He said switch to winter tires. Below 7 degrees Celsius, they have superior adhesion to regular tires. That's good advice, I say. He says that's expert advice.
Enjoy a free seasonal tire changeover with peace of mind maintenance or inspection at the Get Winter Ready event. And buy 3 tires, get the 4th free. See your Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram dealer for details. We built it. We know it.
There's no better way to drive home than with Hayes, Noodles, and the O-Dog. Overdrive every weekday, 4 to 7 p.m. on TSN 1050.
The Leafs and the Chicago Blackhawks, an original six meeting that has all kinds of sidebar stories attached to it. The young phenom from out west is playing for the first time in a National Hockey League uniform here in Toronto, and that is Conor Bedard. A guy that was the first pick overall a few years ago. Well, he's hotter than lava coming out of a volcano. Back-to-back hat tricks. Never before has there's ever been back-to-back-to-back hat tricks, but that would be asking a great deal. But the way he's playing, I wouldn't put it past him. And the Blackhawks are not a real good hockey team yet.
No, although defensively they've been not too bad in the sense that they have only given up 8 goals in the first 3 games. A tough start for the Blackhawks, so 5 straight on the road before opening at home against Vegas.
Underway here as Marner rolls the puck down into the Chicago zone. Now Bertuzzi gets to a loose puck on the far side, tried to center it in front where Matthews was stationed. Marner now backhands it in. A drop pass then by Matthews didn't work as he was trying to set up Morgan Riley, and the Blackhawks will send it in, and a long shot by Seth Jones caroms off his stick and goes out of play and into the screen.
That's the other news. Joseph Wall getting his first start of the season, a goal for the Leafs as well. And you and I are big fans.
Really are. I just, the technical aspect of him, right? And what he has to obviously get going is the mental stuff that goes on with being a National Hockey League goaltender. But he has got all of the tools, and he certainly has played his share of important games with the U.S. national team. Now the Leafs get it down into the Chicago zone, but can't get it in front of the net. Bertuzzi then turns it over, has a man in front with a long shot as Tavares was heading to the front of the net, but it went over top of the goal. Jones around back of the net, waiting for teammates to change. And we'll slide it off into the right wing side, and now a pass out at center ice, and it's flipped in over the line, quickly played right back out again. Nylander on the left wing, saucer pass looking to try and spring Tavares, but it bounced over his stick. And now Lucas Reichel will carry back into his own zone for the Blackhawks. Arvid Soderblom in goal for the Blackhawks. Second game, he's 0-1 with a 2.03 goals against average. Centering pass bounces right out in front, and Wall has to make a big save right off the hop.
Boy, this puck just bounces to the top of the blue paint, and Joe Wall with a push with the right leg squares up. And there is really, even though it looks like a dangerous scoring opportunity, there was no room. As I believe it was Tyler Radish found the loose puck. And he was in tight enough while Wall was over and set. And on the second shot of the game by the Blackhawks, keeps this a scoreless tie.
Domi's able to get the puck out for Toronto. Plays it down into the offensive zone. Around the boards, it's going to come to the left point. Kept in front of the net. Loose puck now for Nyes. And his wrist shot off his stick went wide. Kept alive by Liljegren. Fed around to the near side for Giordano. Sent towards the net, and the puck went wide. Liljegren again at the far point, works into the middle of the ice, still with it, down to the half boards, down to the back of the goal, send it around on the far side. Now Giordano has to hustle over there in order to keep it in. Nyes into the forecheck as the Blackhawks get it out at center ice. And across the line for Nick Foligno. He's going to play it down back of the net. Centering effort cut off there by Morgan Riley. And Riley gets it off now for Minton, and Minton plays it ahead for Reeves. Reeves getting it in over the line and works into the corner. The big fella comes away with the puck back of the net. Tried to center it in front, and that was stopped by Soderblom on the short side. Cleared high into the right wing corner. Quickly after it now was Reeves. He couldn't get it in front. And the Blackhawks get it out into the center ice area for Entwistle, who will play it down into the Toronto zone. No score, nicely underway here in Toronto. David Camp Plays it back into Chicago territory. Goalkeeper out of the net to play it around on the boards. And the Hawks have an opportunity to organize now as the Leafs are in the midst of a change. Matthews troika coming over the boards for the Maple Leafs. And Conor Bedard is out there now for Chicago. A pass comes through center, but it's intercepted by the Maple Leafs. And now here's McCabe getting to the line, and it's a delayed offside. Chicago with a lead pass, looking to spring a man in the center ice area. Turned away there nicely by McCabe, who peppers it in. Bertuzzi ringing the boards to the far side. A centering pass went off a skate, and out come the Blackhawks at center ice. Hall in on the left wing. Hall with a centering pass intercepted by Marner, but he gives the puck away. Vlasic at the point, a shot, and Joseph Woll had to make the save, and the rebound comes around in front. Woll has lost his stick, but is going to be able to retrieve it as the Maple Leafs now send it down into the Chicago zone. Blackhawks try to move out with Seth Jones. Veteran defenseman got it to the Leaf blue line, but turned over there. Left wing feed for Morgan Riley with Tavares. Riley with a shot and into the glove of Soderblom, and it's going to be held for a face-off. And the face-off is brought to you by Alpine Credits. You own your own home and need a loan? Alpine Credits can help. Get approved at alpinecredits.ca.
Well, we mentioned the big news with Conor Bedard playing here. How would you like that to start your career, though? Because there has been talk that he's getting a little tired of the media, but you start playing against Sidney Crosby, then Boston, Montreal, Toronto.
Yeah.
No media.
No. Very quiet. Long shot, kicked away nicely by Soderblom. Now here's Nylander working around back of the net, centered in front. And Yarncrook took a whack at it, but didn't get good wood on it. Now pass in front for Nylander, doesn't connect. Nylander knocking the puck down and getting it from Liljegren, dropping it into the slot. Trying to get a shot away now was Yarncrook. Yarncrook plays it along the boards, kept alive there by Giordano. Back of the net for Tavares. Tavares coming out in front of jam play. The puck is still free, and it is shot down the ice by Chicago. It won't be enough for icing as it's going. Well, Joseph Woll gave it every bit of an opportunity.
He did everything but sweep, didn't he?
It would have been funny if he'd have got down on all fours and tried to kind of get a little air blown out of his mouth to blow it over the line. Now brought in by the Leafs on the right wing side. Nyes gets it down into the corner. The official goes down. Nyes with a centering pass for Domi. Back to the point it goes. Kept alive there by the Maple Leafs, and a shot in and a deflection in front by Domi. Went just over top of the net. Domi around back of the net for Nyes. Nyes centers again, and Domi had his stick lifted just at the last second. Another centering pass, and Minton has it go up into the screen and out of play. Max Domi taken off the second line and put with Minton and Nyes. Had a long discussion with the coach at practice the other day, and I'm sure that what was discussed was you got to be a little more responsible defensively.
And yet, I think there's enough there offensively that you'd like to see them chip in a little more as well. And I think you look at, other than the Matthews line and Willie Nylander, the Leafs have been fortunate. They did get a goal from Noah Gregor, but for the most part, it's been the big boys that have come through, and Leafs have not yet had the secondary scoring.
Now here's a shot in on goal, and Woll coming across on Athanasiou is able to swallow it up. Domi -3 in the first two games, and not everyone, obviously, whose fault is it? It's the old adage about what you say when the left fielder makes the error, that everybody gets the minus.
Yeah.
So
Tom Watt was not a big fan of plus minus. I don't know if Tommy is a bigger fan of the new stats that are out now. They're a little more detailed.
Face off to the right of Woll. Won by the Hawks, and a shot whistles over top of the net. A rebound on the near wing is pushed to the line and not out, but loose in front of the Leaf goal, where Camp gets it up on the wing, and the Leafs just do get it out before it is quickly shot right back in again. Hustling in there after it on the forecheck was Kachuk, and now the puck has sailed off a stick and up into the crowd and out of play to bring us our first stoppage of play. It is a 0-0 tie, the Leafs and the Blackhawks. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
We interrupt this commercial break for an important news bulletin. Desjardins Insurance was spotted downtown helping everyone in its path. Unpredictable weather, fallen tree branches, wayward...
You came here to kill me, so do it.
This month on Crave. Every day is Halloween with all episodes of HBO's The Last of Us.
You're not going to scare us.
Showtime's Yellow Jackets.
We need to find a way to stay alive.
Plus, terrifying movies like Halloween Ends, Evil Dead Rise, The Exorcist, and more.
I'm losing my mind.
Stream now if you dare on Crave.
It all ends now.
Plans starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
Up, sedan, SUV, CUV, roadster, minivan, coupe, station wagon, convertible, compact, subcompact, four-wheel drive, and plan on driving it in the snow, sleet, freezing rain, powder, fog, black ice, blowing snow, wet snow. Basically, if you own a vehicle, we have the right winter tires for you at great prices, delivered right to your door. eBay Motors.
2-for-1 Pizza is taking it up a notcho with new 2-for-1 nachos and Irish nachos for just $9.99 each. Enjoy the 2-for-1 nachos with corn tortilla chips or try the Irish nachos with potato wedges. Both come loaded with nacho cheese sauce, mozzarella cheese, tomatoes, green peppers, red onions, and jalapeno peppers. Add the 2-for-1 special featuring 2 medium pizzas with 4 toppings combined for only $20.99 plus tax. Order online at 2for1pizza.com.
2-for-1 Pizza. TSN 1050. Listen anywhere. Stream your favorite shows in your car. Available on Apple CarPlay via the iHeartRadio app. TSN 1050. Everywhere you want it.
Face off in the center ice area. Matthews line out against the Bedard line. And the face off right at center ice. No score in the first period.
We talk a lot about Conor Bedard, but this game also features the oldest player in the National Hockey League competing against the youngest. Bedard and Mark Giordano. When Conor Bedard was born, Giordano was playing in the American League in Omaha.
Oh. Did Giordano send a nice note to the family congratulating them on the birth? Hey, see you later, kid. Puck in the area back of the Leaf goal now as Brody is fighting for possession. Got it ahead to Marner. Marner, a little saucer pass, finds Matthews to the line and in on the wing, and unable to get it back to him was Bertuzzi working down that side. Now Jones brings it back for Chicago. Got a shot away. That was wide of the net. The rebound has come all the way back into Chicago territory.
Well, Seth Jones, always a minute eater back on the Chicago blue line. Second in total ice time in the NHL. Only Thomas Chabot of the Ottawa Senators with more minutes.
On the wing for Yarncrook. He gets it out into neutral ice. Backhanded again in wide of the Toronto goal. Wall couldn't play it as it was in the non-trapezoidal area. And now here is Yarncrook getting it out again, only to have it turned over and shot by Radish right back down into the Leaf end. Wall on the wing, quickly played by Klingberg up on the wing, and now a left wing feed springs McCabe. McCabe in with a shot. Big rebound in front of the goal, but unable to settle it down was Yarncrook.
Well, was that a big rebound?
And it looked like Soderblom was off the angle, too, because he had to really extend his pad to make the save, and it was really midway in the net.
Yeah, usually it's low blocker. You might get those big rebounds. This is low glove.
Foligno around back of the Toronto goal. Gets it back to the point. Walking the line. Korchinski with a shot that was blocked. Now played into the slot area, and the Leafs are out. Here's Domi coming to center with a pass for Minton, but he didn't handle it. Leafs get it back again. Giordano quickly ahead for Nyes. On the wing with a shot. Oh, and he didn't miss that post by much. But it comes all the way back out at center ice. Leafs with it again, only to have Liljegren have it turned over. Foligno in with a shot. Wall a save. And it's cleared into the corner. First big save by the Leaf netminder. Another shot from the blue line bounces harmlessly wide. Turned over at the red line when the Leafs tried to work in, and Liljegren was unable to handle the pass, and all of a sudden it was a partial break. Now here's Athanasiou playing it around the boards to the far side. Former Red Wing couldn't keep it in, and it's back out at center ice. 9 minutes in the books. There is no score. Nyes intercepted a pass, but then couldn't make anything happen with it. Gets it handed to him again. This time he backhands it in as he's going to the bench. Hawks back in their own zone. No score in the game. Entwistle plays it down in on the left wing with a shot, and that was wide as Tkachuk let it go. And now the Leafs are able to break it out. Ahead on the wing for Camp. Unable to break it into the blue line area was Reeves. Now the Leafs do send it in. Reeves chopping it into the corner for Camp. Back for Reeves. Back of the goal now for Gregor. Gregor working back, but Noah Gregor couldn't get it in front, and out come the Blackhawks again. In on the wing, trying to drive hard to the net was Bedard. It comes back. Wall a save. Another save by Joseph Wall. The puck in the near corner. Back to the point it comes, and another shot goes wide of the Leaf goal. Another pass in front is intercepted by Toronto, and the Leafs, trying to get the puck out and get a change at the same time, are going to be able to do just that. But Joseph Wall has had a big first period thus far, facing 6 Chicago shots.
Yeah, the Leafs with only 3 shots the other way. And these can be difficult games to play. You're put in and you're thinking, well, this should be one of those games we could win unless our goaltender fails us. So it's a different kind of pressure as opposed to wanting to steal a game against a better team. You're trying to make sure the opposition doesn't take advantage of what many consider to be your backup goalie.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
All right, everyone. Step up and down. Left foot, right foot. You're climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real...
You came here to kill me, so do it.
This month on Crave. Every day is Halloween with all episodes of HBO's The Last of Us.
You're not going to scare us.
Showtime's Yellow Jackets.
We need to find a way to stay alive.
Plus, terrifying movies like Halloween Ends, Evil Dead Rise, The Exorcist, and more.
I'm losing my mind.
Stream now if you dare on Crave.
It all ends now.
Plans starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
A highly trained licensed Intercare technician can get your furnace fixed fast. And what we quote is what you pay. So don't get left out in the cold. And right now, get a free diagnostic checkup, a $99 value. Get your furnace fixed right with Intercare. Terms and conditions apply. Give your home more at intercare.ca.
When Ottawa's proposed electricity regulations make electricity unreliable, the things you rely on won't work when needed. Your hot water, computer, washer and dryer, electric car, TV, lights, mobile phone, stove, your heat in -30. Visit tellthefeds.ca to learn why Canada's power grid will be unreliable. And tell the feds, reliable and affordable electricity matters. A message from the Government of Alberta.
Joe Bowen along with Jim Ralph, Jim Chatty and Frankie Corrado standing by for our intermissions. Josh Poulos, Owen Hall, Luca Moya, all kinds of people working here to keep us on the air. And a 0-0 tie here. So disappointing. I mean, we've had so many goals scored. This is...
No, it has been bizarre, hasn't it? But like I said, Chicago's actually, for a team missed the playoffs the last few years. In fact, 5 out of the last 6. Start on the road and have only given up 8 goals. Now they've only scored 7 to this point. But I'm sure for Luke Richardson, the Chicago coach, that's a pretty big positive for him.
Shot in over the line. Marner is able to flip it around back of the net. Bertuzzi couldn't get there in time. And now Radish trying to get it out, only has Matthews take it away from him and send it in a little deeper. Played to the line and out at center ice. Matthews going to get there first for Toronto. Tried to make a little saucer pass, then able to take it again. Drops it back to Bertuzzi, closing in. Bertuzzi looking in front with a pass. Matthews trying to find it, and he had it knocked away from him in the slot area, and the Hawks will get it back at center and send it down into the Leaf end.
Boy, smart play by Bertuzzi. He's got Marner and Matthews going to the net. Just throw it. And Matthews almost had one going off a skate.
In case you're wondering, no one in the history of the National Hockey League has had back-to-back-to-back hat tricks to start a regular season. Played down into the zone and around the wall it'll go. Bouncing puck comes free. Now, Alex Ovechkin scored 8 goals in his first 3 games, but they weren't all hat tricks, and there's a shot by Nylander that was kicked away by Soderblom. Long lead pass going astray, and an icing call is going to come. Alexander Daig scored 7 goals in the 93-94 season. Sidney Crosby had 6. This is the longest career opening point streaks among number 1 overall picks.
Isn't it funny, though? You think of Alexander Daig and you think, boy, what a flop. And yet, you look at some of the numbers he put up early.
Yep.
Potential seemed to be there.
Shot by Marner was kicked away by Soderblom. The Leafs have the rebound in front of the net, but they can't get a shot away. Now Matthews steals. Left wing side for McCabe. His shot with Bertuzzi in front was knocked away. Bertuzzi can't come up with the rebound. And here's Corey Perry, the veteran, getting it to center. And it's launched in wide of the Toronto goal. Klingberg goes back to retrieve it. Rink-wide pass brings McCabe, a long shoot in, left wing side centering for Matthews was Marner, but it's intercepted, and now here's Bedard starting back at center with a nifty move as he works it on the left wing with a backhand to forehand, but the pad of Wall stopped that, and the rebound comes back to the blue line. The first bit of magic from the number 1 overall pick. And along the boards now to Bedard once more, back to the point. A shot in traffic goes wide of Wall. Marner trying to free it up. McCabe got it back at the net, and Klingberg is there.
A little dazzle there, wasn't it?
Wasn't it?
Took off out of the Chicago zone, left wing side.
Here's Bedard in across the line. Being chased by Klingberg. Drops it back for Seth Jones. They come in front of the net, and the pass went through the goal crease and went wide. Hawks with the puck back in the Toronto zone. Tkachuk taking it off the wall, and now here's Domi pushing it ahead at center. Minton will slide it into the corner. After it now, back of the net, Entwistle got it out into the center ice area, forcing Morgan Riley back into his own territory. No score, first period, 6.5 minutes to go. Bouncing puck at center. Minton couldn't get it into the zone. And turning with it now is Boris Tkachuk. And he gives the puck away, and here's Morgan Riley, and drop pass Nye shooting into the slot off the goaltender, but the rebound is going to be covered up. Soderblom misplayed that. Looked like he had a chance to cover easily.
We got a penalty coming too. The Leafs may be going on the power play. I think we got a hooking call coming up against the Hawks on that last Leaf rush.
13:48 the time. And the Maple Leaf power play has been on fire. And it is brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke. Penalties going to Mackenzie Entwistle. I didn't hear what it was for.
It was a hook, I believe.
All right. Here's Klingberg down into the corner to Nylander. Back it goes to Klingberg, who walks the line. Now let the shot go in traffic, but it didn't get through. The Blackhawks are able to steer it aside and now send it back into the Toronto end. Klingberg up the middle, and it finds Marner, who gains the zone. Drop pass, no, he gets it himself. Now a blind pass is intercepted, and a penalty coming to Marner for tying up the Chicago penalty killer Foligno.
That was a pretty good sales job by Foligno. Marner even dropped his stick to try to plead his innocence. But Marner, that's the second time in this period, Joe, that he's kind of just floated one back into open ice and had it picked off. But yeah, Foligno and Marner got tied up, and the stick was between Foligno's legs. Marner let go, but Foligno said, I think I know what I'm going to do here. Down he went in a little 4-on-4.
Face-off in the Toronto zone. Penalty at 14:23.
And by the way, that's the right call. The tripping call is the right call.
And the draw is won by Chicago as it comes back to the point. Point shot. That went off a leg in front of the net. And it is Nyes with it now on the Leafs starting out. Pass comes back to Domi. Max Domi coming through center. Works to the line and in. Domi on the left wing, dropping the puck back, but it comes out into the center ice area. You watch Max Domi skate. Does he not really remind you of his dad? Same kind of...
And Ty had pretty good wheels.
Yes, he did. Oh, absolutely. Here's Domi with the puck. Got it up on the right side and unable to get it in deep was Liljegren. A long rush then taken the other way and a blocking arm save by Wall. Goes up into the screen and out of play. Off the stick of Vlasic, and we'll go to a commercial break. 4:51 left to play in the first period. The Leafs nothing, the Blackhawks nothing. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
What happens when hockey's greatest playmakers face off against the game's greatest goal scorers? The Hockey Hall of Fame has assembled two legendary teams to answer this question. On Sunday,
Foul chefs.
I'm the one with the knife.
Foul food.
What is that? The smell.
Foul mouth.
Shut it down!
Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, he's back. A new episode of Kitchen Nightmares. Stream now.
November 12th at Scotiabank Arena. Adam Oates, Ryan Geslav, Peter Forsberg, and an all-star team of playmakers will battle Joe Nieuwendyk, Patrick Marleau, Wendell Clark, and an all-star team of goal scorers at the Hyundai Hockey Hall of Fame Legends Classic. Playmakers versus goal scorers. Find out who wins. Get your tickets now.
Hey, it's me. You know me. Some say I'm time, some say I talk, some think I grow on trees, and people want to look like a million of me. That's right, I'm Money, and I'm ready to work harder because now with HSBC Bank, you earn more interest. That means making you more of me.
Make your money work harder for you. Get up to 6.35% per year on new deposits with an HSBC Canadian Dollar High Rate Savings Account. Visit hsbc.ca/money. Terms apply. Offer ends on January 12th, 2024. Rates are subject to change.
As a parent in Ontario, I know the importance of investing in education, but I'm concerned. The Ford government talks a big game, but the reality that I see is more cuts. I see fewer resources, supports, and programs in my kids' school. This government needs to make real investments now so that all students can succeed. Because when we invest in students, we invest in the future. Tell the Ford government you agree. Visit knowmore.ca. That's knowmore.ca. A message from the Ontario English Catholic Teachers Association.
Making your lousy commute fun. Overdrive with Hayes Noodles and Yo Dog every weekday, 4 to 7 p.m. on TSN 1050.
Austin Matthews with back-to-back hat tricks, 9 career hat tricks now, and one of, just 5 players to have scored back-to-back hat tricks to start a season. Reg Noble, Joe Malone, and Cy Dennehy in that high-scoring 1917-18 campaign.
When goalies were not allowed to go down. It's true. That was a rule.
And their equipment was about. And then Alex Ovechkin did it in 2017-18. You know, I've often reminded a long lead pass trying to spring Athanasiou, but it went over his stick and down into the Leaf end. A centering pass comes off a stick in front. Grabbed off again by the Blackhawks as they work the near side. The Leafs are going to be a man short here in about 4 seconds' time as Matthews brings it to center. He's with Nylander. Nylander back to Matthews, and it was deflected away there at the last second by Lucas Reichel. Now the Leafs are a man short. Brought in over the line by Athanasiou. Former Red Wing sends it around the boards into the near corner. Corey Perry trying to center. That was blocked by Wall, hugging the post. Along the boards, tied up there and pinned to the boards then by Giordano. That eats up some time. The puck comes free. Nylander trying to get to it, and he's able to chop at it and get it out at center ice. Blackhawks waiting for players to get onside, and Jones gets it down into the Toronto end. Pass stolen back by Bedard. Centering feed intercepted. And the Leafs will counter now, bringing it out at center as the penalty is over. In goes Camp into the corner with Marner out there still in the penalty-killing role. And the puck along the near boards as it is sent by Gregor back of the net. Interesting unit here as Marner takes the spot of Reeves on this line. Now in across the line, the Leafs come away with the loose puck. Marner getting it off into the corner. Got it to the line, not out. Fed back in by the Blackhawks' Taylor Hall.
Maybe part of that was Austin Matthews was just out as part of the penalty kill with Nylander, so they might have thought, Marner sat for a couple of minutes, you're fresh, get out there.
Played off the boards by Domi into the zone. Puck goes down around back of the net. Nyes trying to free it up. Minton had it roll off his stick, and now the Blackhawks start back out with a pass off the glass to the line. Chopped in there nicely by Perry, but now along the boards the Leafs have stolen it back. Nyes trying to make sure it gets out, and he does that with some good spade work along the boards. Now Domi getting it to the line and flipping it high into the far corner. Nyes gets around one forechecker. Domi didn't see the puck as it was coming towards that far side, and the Blackhawks take advantage of that by getting it out at center, only to have Morgan Rielly strip it away. Rielly's got Nylander going to the front of the net, but he couldn't get him the pass. Blackhawks back along the boards, and Nylander's able to keep it into the slot area now as Yarncrook tried to make a pass. That didn't connect. And the Blackhawks with a minute 54 get it to the line, but not out. Nylander into the slot, and the shot went off a leg and went wide. Kept alive by Willie. Over on the far side for Morgan Rielly. Chopped back at the net for the captain. Here's Tavares, had it knocked off his stick. And the Blackhawks are back in their own zone organizing. Connor Murphy for the Hawks plays it through center ice. And Morgan Rielly is there to take it under control. Al Brody. A rink-wide feed. In across the line, Marner looking in front of the net for Bertuzzi. And that was deflected up into the screen and out of play.
Well, the offense that has come so easily in the first two games, with the Leafs still trying to find their footing here in this one. As the Hawks have outshot the Leafs 8-6. 1:21 to go here in the opening period. By the way, we saw Conor Bedard with a great chance off the rush. Coming into the game, he led the NHL in chances with 22 in his first three games.
Can't finish, huh?
Give him some time. Austin Matthews, I believe, was third.
You can't throw statistics out there without having them at least dissected, then, you know.
So what would he be on pace for then? 1 in 3 games?
Yeah, I think.
35, 40 goals?
Not bad. Played along the boards to the line. Kept in by Marner. Poked out at center ice by Chicago. Now the Hawks will play in on the left wing, only to have it broken up there by Klingberg. He couldn't feather it ahead to Bertuzzi. Blackhawks back in, trying to go wide, and back of the net is Athanasiou. It comes back to the blue line, less than a minute to go in the period. Centering pass and a shot, block, rebound, chipped at Bertuzzi, trying to just make sure it gets out, and he does so by rolling it to the Chicago blue line. Klingberg goes back to a loose puck that has been shot by Chicago into the Toronto end. Long bank pass to center. Brought in over the line by Gregor. Into the corner he goes. Gregor knocks his man down, and Zaitsev is in behind the Chicago goal and has been hurt.
Boy, and I think what happened is as Gregor was going to give him a shoulder-to-shoulder bump, Zaitsev lost his footing and was actually on his way down when Gregor makes contact with him. So Zaitsev very slow to get up. He's up on one knee now.
And he's been cut, I think, maybe.
Might be from the top of the boards, but I think we look at it again, Joe. Zaitsev actually stumbled when he played the puck in behind the net. And as he was starting to fall,
he got brushed by Gregor, and you're right. I think his forehead may have hit the dasherboard. You think?
And another look at that dash by Conor Bedard. Yeah, from this angle you can tell it looked like a little bit off balance, and then Zaitsev ended up losing his helmet. Probably is part of getting his head slammed against the boards.
Now we've got a fight started. Wow. Connor Murphy has decided that Gregor has needed to pay for this hit, which, wow, I didn't think was all that damaging, but we've got them tussling in the center ice area, and then Gregor gets off balance and goes down on a knee. I don't even know if you could say there was a real punch thrown in the fight.
Well, but here is the thing, and this has really become part of the new NHL. Plays that aren't penalized, that are deemed clean hits, and we've seen it twice. We've seen it already. Ryan Reeves, you remember the big hit in the opener where Herbert Jack-High ended up jumping Reeves right after. It was a clean hit. And it's just the way players react now.
No.
And for Noah Gregor, it was more of a fluke than anything else. But to me, would you not agree that's where Connor Murphy's got to get the extra two? Everybody knows what's going on.
Yeah.
Everybody knows this is in retaliation for a play in which there was no penalty called. So how hard is it to figure out who the aggressor was?
Who the aggressor is. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Well, 3 games, 3 fights. Things are looking up, Mr. Al.
we might want to be pulling out those records.
Yeah, that's right.
I think we talked the other day that the last Leaf to have fights in back-to-back games was Fraser McLaren 10
Turnover
years ago.
here. Bedard trying to send it in front of the net, and Brody, who turned the puck over, finally gets it up on the wing, and now Matthews, with just 6 seconds left, sends it into the left wing corner, and that will just about do it for the period as the horn goes to end the first period of play.
You know what I like about this, though?
What do you like about this, Mr. Ralph?
We are talking about teams instigating fights on the Leafs after hits, instead of saying, why aren't the Leafs going after somebody after they've been hit? You know what I mean? More the aggressors. We talked about that, I think, in the first game.
I think what you're saying is there's more sandpaper on the Leafs this year, Mr.
Well,
Ralph.
it's only 3.5 games, or 2.5. How many we played?
2.5. 2 and a third, actually.
I'll count them up.
2 and a third, first period.
I'll count them up.
Yeah. Well, we'll work on our fractions during the intermission.
Let's wait till somebody to put it on social media first.
Yeah, perfect. All right, good. At any rate, we've got Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado standing by. 0-0. The score after 20 minutes of play. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant.
You came here to kill me, so do it.
This month on Crave. Every day is Halloween with all episodes of HBO's The Last of Us.
You're not going to scare us.
Showtime's Yellow Jackets.
We need to find a way to stay alive.
Plus, terrifying movies like Halloween Ends, Evil Dead Rise, The Exorcist, and more.
I'm losing my mind.
Stream now if you dare on Crave.
It all ends now.
Plans starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
And Cape needed. They wanted a backyard with a tiki bar. You know the vibe. They were approved for a home renovation loan. And I got these powerful hands dirty. Their backyard is now glorious.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
All right, everyone. Step up and down. Left foot, right foot. You're climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real world. Work those abs. Driving right through the mud and left and right. Keep that core engaged and bend at the knees as you load more to your Subaru. Windows down. Take in that outdoor air and park.
Get more value out of every kilometer at your local Subaru dealer, starting with award-winning safety.
NHLshop.ca, the official online store of the National Hockey League. And Canada's largest selection of officially licensed NHL fan gear. With unique one-of-a-kind designs by Fanatics, Adidas, and all the latest styles for every NHL team. Don't miss out. Shop now and get today's special offer. NHLshop.ca, a Fanatics experience.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
At Maple Toyota, fun and work go hand in hand, and your success is the name of the game. Just ask the team of players that have been here since the beginning. In fact, you could say Maple Toyota has one of the longest-standing rosters in the league. No surprise. Maple Toyota is an award-winning dealership and offers competitive pay, amazing training, and exciting career opportunities. No one sits on the bench. Everyone scores. Maple Toyota runs on all cylinders. Do you? If you'd like to join the Maple Toyota team, apply today at mapletoyota.com.
TSN 1050. Listen anywhere. Stream your favorite shows on your smart speaker. Simply tell your smart speaker to listen to TSN 1050 everywhere you want it. Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey is on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
And scoreless with Chicago after 20 minutes of play. TSN After 20 is brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Get more value out of every kilometer in a Subaru, starting with award-winning safety at your local Subaru dealer. Crosstrek is a very nice vehicle, by the way.
Beautiful. Best bang for your buck right there.
Okay, we'll just leave it at that.
All right, guys.
I'm going to spin the wheel. We're going to talk about offensive chances. The Leafs spent some time in the Chicago zone. Seemed to me they were trying to pass through people.
Yeah, you know how every once in a while there's a certain narrative and you think, it's not going to be the case this year. Something's a little different. Maybe it'll be different. A Monday night, Chicago Blackhawks, not a very good team in town, and you think, in the past this has been a sleepy game for the Leafs. Trap game, call it.
Yeah.
And it had the feelings of that early on. But coming into this game, I'm thinking, not this time. It just feels like there's this rejuvenation within the group where...
You were thinking no guy.
I was thinking no guy.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you, Jim, for incorporating that.
Yeah.
I was thinking no guy, but... You know, that certain level of crispness that there was early on in the first two games where, passes are connecting, things seem to be flowing offensively, wasn't happening in that period. Early on in the period, couple turnovers at the blue line, and we always talk about this setting the tone. Like, that kind of sets the course for how the period went, and couple turnovers at the blue line turns into a couple turnovers within your own zone, not connecting offensively with some passes, and next thing you know, you're in a scoreless game, and Chicago's leading you 9-6 after 20 minutes.
Yeah, and let's be honest, Joseph Wall made a couple of nice saves where he didn't overreact.
Jimmy, you and I are big vibes guys, okay?
Yep.
We gut feel, we go by vibes. We're watching Joseph Wall in the net. There's a couple chances early on. There's the one where he's on his knees, he holds his ground, flexes the glove, puck goes right into his glove. It seemed calm. It seemed like there was no worry. And then there's another one where Conor Bedard, flying down the wing, he twists up John Klingberg inside, outside. By the way, what an awesome move by Conor Bedard. He was great in that first period. We will get to him momentarily. But there's another opportunity where you're thinking, okay, all is good. No calm. You even looked at me and you said, I thought that was going in. But with Joseph Wall in net,
I don't want to correct you, but my line was another goaltender, it's in the net.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. But you feel like he's pretty calm, and it doesn't feel like that's going to go in. And those are like the back-breaking goals that go in from time to time.
Yeah.
And with Wall in the net, like he faced 9 shots. He had a couple good chances he had to steer away. I thought he did a great job. How good was Conor Bedard in that first period?
So I said to the guy sitting beside me after that rush, you want to get on him early. Like, that's never been said about a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you do, is you don't let him come out of the zone with the puck.
No kidding. And the people, well, you got to finish your hits and you got to play hard and all that kind of stuff. I watched that kid out there. He spun off one hit. He had his feet moving. He had his head up. He already knew what he was going to do. Like, he's playing chess when other people are playing checkers. He already knows exactly what he wants to do when he gets the puck. And the Chicago play, like, offensively, you notice it so much more when he's on the ice. When he's not on the ice, they might get the odd chance here or there.
Yeah.
But man, when he's on the ice, the play's in the middle and it's actually dangerous. He's their only threat right now.
That's what our buddy Charlie said in the pregame show, that when he's on the ice, offense can happen. When he's not on the ice, not so much.
And you know what's funny? Like, Conor Bedard is obviously the show here for the Chicago Blackhawks. But when you watch a team play, every once in a while there's going to be another player that catches your eye. There was another player on the Chicago Blackhawks that caught my eye in that period.
Who was that?
I know who you think it is, but it's number 5 Connor Murphy on the back end.
Yeah, the other Connor.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that is the kind of player that is exactly what the Maple Leafs need on the back end.
Yes.
And we've been talking about it for 2 years since we've been doing games together. Morgan Rielly has never had that bona fide top pair right-handed shot defenseman to play with. And I believe Connor Murphy would be an excellent fit if the Leafs could find a way to make that happen. He's got 2 years after this one on his deal at $4.4 million. It seemed like he was the guy disrupting a lot of the plays for either the first line for the Leafs or the second line. He got a stick on a lot of things. He was physical. He was great in transition. I thought it was an excellent period for him, not to mention then he challenges Noah Gregor to a fight and brings him down to the ice.
So, we're talking about adding some grit or sandpaper or snot, if you will, to the Leafs blue line. But really, this guy brings a little bit of everything, doesn't he?
That's exactly what you're looking for in a top pair guy. First of all, he's big. Right? They need guys that are like larger in stature. He plays a somewhat physical game, although I don't think he's overly physical. He moves the puck very well. He's been around the league a long time. He's 30 years old now. Like, this guy knows the ins and outs of the league, right? Like, there's a certain level of experience there. I think it would be a perfect fit for the Leafs for where they're at. Like, he would add a lot to the team for where they're at right now, trying to win a cup. And he looks good for Chicago.
What was your take on the Leafs' reconfigured third line?
Okay, so right now, Max Domi, to me, looks like he's thinking a lot on the ice. It looks like he's not quite sure of himself. And, that can be the case when you're trying to get adjusted to a new team. You get thrust into a new role, new line, all that kind of stuff. I would love to see him just, once he gets the puck, move his feet first thing he does. Don't think about what you're going to do with the puck. As soon as that puck hits your stick, it's 3 quick steps. Try and get to the middle of the ice and make something happen. But you notice Fraser Minten more often than not for the right reasons. He draws a penalty in that period, driving hard to the net. It's a hooking call. For me, like, he's the kind of guy who he's above the puck when he needs to be. He's at the net front when he needs to be. And Matthew Nyes had a few good opportunities, driving wide, puck to the net. It's nothing fancy, but it's creating a rebound, and hopefully you can get your second wave involved. The Leafs have done a good job of getting their defensemen involved in the play in the offensive zone as well.
So, quick answer here. Seconds left. How long a leash does that third line have? And I'm talking about goal scoring, because they really need to score.
The thing is, I don't know what you would do. Like, are you going to take away from someone else's line? Like, I don't believe in creating inefficiencies elsewhere in the lineup just because you have one inefficiency at one spot in the lineup. It's almost like you kind of just shelter them until they can get their bearings. But at some point, you'd like to see some offense break through. It looks like it's closer than it is further with Nyes and Minten doing a really good job on that third line today.
A goal out of any one of those 3 would be nice tonight. Right now, it's scoreless after 20 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Callum.
Yes, Michael.
Let's talk about diamonds.
Okay.
What is the difference between a natural diamond and a created diamond?
2 things.
Where's Sarah?
The adventure of a lifetime is just a click away. Casting is now open for the new season of CTV's The Amazing Race Canada.
We want to see you on the finish line.
Go to ctv.ca/The Amazing Race Canada to apply.
Right about now is when she usually pops in with something to say.
She's taken a few weeks off to travel.
Oh, okay. So tell me about the 2 things.
The first difference is that you get a much bigger created diamond for your budget.
And the second thing?
Natural diamonds were created by nature, deep in the heart of the earth. Artisan created diamonds are born in the fiery heart of a plasma chamber.
What is plasma?
A bolt of lightning is made of plasma, and the sun is made of plasma. It creates an environment where diamonds can form just like they did when the Earth was born.
But why do you get a bigger created diamond for your budget?
They made too many, too quickly, so right now we have a temporary oversupply, and the prices are at an all-time low.
But we sell both kinds, right?
Michael, we sell every kind of diamond there is.
Spence. Wow! Located in Vaughan, Scarborough, and Mississauga.
Picture this. You're asleep. Deep sleep. Perfectly still. Blissfully calm. But then your partner starts to toss and turn, and you don't even notice. At Sleep Country, sleep experts like me are here to help you fall asleep and stay asleep no matter the disturbance with our wide assortment of motion control mattresses.
Right now at the Do Not Disturb event, get a queen mattress for the hot price of $479 until Sunday. Only at Sleep Country.
With 6% interest on deposits, we don't know if we should call this a savings account or an earnings account. Let's just call it what it is. An awesome rate for new Tangerine clients. Earn a 6% savings rate for 5 months when you open a Tangerine savings account. After all, why put money aside when you could put it to work? Learn more at tangerine.ca/save faster. Tangerine, that's forward banking. Some conditions apply. Promotional interest is calculated daily.
Do more in a reliable Subaru, they said. Enjoy more time together to go more places with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, they said. More award-winning safety for more peace of mind, but to listen to one song over and over again with fantastic acoustics. I love you, family, but the singing, nobody warned me about the singing.
Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I run at sonic speeds, but I'm not as quick as the fastest computer. And that's exactly what Sam needed. She runs an IT firm and needed an upgrade. Within 24 hours, she was approved for a business loan. After, I stuck around to play some online games. My legs might be fast, but my thumbs, even faster.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Maple Toyota. Build your next dream Toyota at Maple Toyota. And check out Maple Toyota's pre-owned inventory arriving daily. Guy, it's time to Toyota. Visit mapletoyota.com. Out-of-town, Detroit and Columbus. Red Wings 1, Jackets nothing after 20 minutes of play. Into the first, Panthers 2-0 over the Devils. Into the first, Rangers 1-0 over the Coyotes. And also, oddly enough, after 20 minutes of play, the Flames 2-0 over the hometown Washington Capitals. In our game, it is scoreless after 20 minutes of play, and Joseph Wall credited with 9 saves now. It was originally 8. Soderblom at the other end, all 6, and that's why it's scoreless after 20 minutes of play. Oh, yes, Guy, the second period is next. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, radio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
2-for-1 Pizza is taking it up a notcho with new 2-for-1 nachos and Irish nachos for just $9.99 each. Enjoy the 2-for-1 nachos with corn tortilla chips or try the Irish nacho.
This October, riveting originals are right at your fingertips when you add stars to a Crave subscription. Courtney Cox, Greg Kinnear, and Mira Sorvino in new episodes of Shining Vale.
What if my psychosis got into the family?
Oscar winner Forrest Whitaker in the crime drama Godfather of Harlem.
I call the shots.
Stars also has the latest releases. Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, and the slasher comedy, The Blackening. Whoa. Subscribe now at stars.ca. Also available on Crave.
Their debts, and that's what I did for the Smiths. I took their bills and zoom, wha-bam, zap, turn them into one low monthly payment. No, the sound's not necessary, but it's part of the fun.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved.
Just for license 12616. With 6% interest on deposits, we don't know if we should call this a savings account or an earnings account. Let's just call it what it is. An awesome rate for new Tangerine clients. Earn a 6% savings rate for 5 months when you open a Tangerine savings account. After all, why put money aside when you could put it to work? Learn more at tangerine.ca/save faster. Tangerine, that's forward banking. Some conditions apply. Promotional interest is calculated daily.
First up with Korolnik and Koliakovo. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on TSN 1050.
You ain't first, you're last.
here at Scotiabank Arena. And for the second time this season, the Maple Leafs have not scored in a period of hockey.
Austin Matthews did not have a shot attempt in the opening 20 minutes.
All right. And the Blackhawks outshoot the Maple Leafs 8-5. Excuse me, 10. Oh, all right, 10-6. Things are changing as we speak.
Yeah, the boys down the hall get busy. But I mean, good for them to do it right.
Yeah. So the Leafs will defend the goal to our left, and the Blackhawks to the right. I'm just going to put it out there. Pretty solid first period for Joseph Woll.
Maybe the best save came off Conor Bedard on a partial break later in the first period.
Matthews' line starts against the Bedard line. That is the matchup that Sheldon Keefe wants to play as it's cleared down into the Toronto zone. And Brody around back of the net. Fanned on a pass, plays it back of the goal for Morgan Riley. The veteran now with a long up off the stick of Marner. Marner then able to bring it to the line and in. Works to the right wing side. Still with it. A centering pass! And a redirect in front of the net. Just kicked away nicely by Soderblom. Played out at center ice, and here's Bedard in over the line. Got a shot away. That was off the glove of Woll, and the rebound has come up on the near wing, and Nylander is now trying to play it back to Brody. That was almost intercepted, and now was. Here's Bedard playing it into the corner, and a shot from an angle, and down is Woll. He doesn't know where it is, but it's caught up somewhere in all of that Bauer equipment, and he's got a face-off coming in the Toronto end as a result.
It was Taylor Hall sniffing around looking for the loose puck. And I can guarantee you, when a goaltender looks over his shoulder,
it's not good.
He's hoping he doesn't see it. Pretty good toe drag, and Joseph Woll, a great glove save off Conor Bedard, and made a nice little toe drag in the high slot, let it go through a Leaf defender, and Woll was able to bat it away.
Had a nice visit with Luke Richardson, the head coach of the Chicago Blackhawks, prior to the game. This is the anniversary of his first goal in the National Hockey League. Tyler Johnson back of the goal, sends it back to the point, a shot. Woll again down to swallow that puck up and hold for a faceoff. He backhand from the side of the goal, patted it home. Wendell Clark got the assist on the goal, and there was Luke Richardson, 7th overall pick in the 1987 draft. He had 35 goals, 166 assists, 1,417 games in the NHL.
And a stalwart in our summer hockey group. The Ottawa area?
In Ottawa, yes. Yep.
Now, you throw that together. How's this, though, that you could build a team with? Doug Wilson, another defenseman, Gary Galley, Dave Ellett, remember Fred and John Barrett, longtime veterans of the National Hockey League.
Who was the goaltender?
Well, goaltending was we struggled. It was Darren Pang and I were the goaltenders. And Banger, now back with the Blackhawks. Down the hallway.
Here, yep.
But Steve Yzerman up front was pretty good. John Chabot, Ray Shepard.
That's a pretty good skate. Here the Leafs in over the line. Tavares' shot is off a stick and up into the screen and out of play. That's
now it's
skate.
now it's a little more organized for guys with the summer hockey, but this used to be, guys would simply start skating first week of August and you just scrimmage.
Yep.
Of course, that was the time when the leather equipment got rather wet early. If it was humid outside, there was a lot of water on the ice.
So is it time to speak about Austin Matthews being in a slump?
Well,
Joe Malone scored 9 goals in his first 3 games back in that great 1917-18 season. Played around the boards to the far side. He didn't have hat tricks. I guess he had a 4-goal game in one game, and 2 in another, and another hat trick. Puck in the center ice area. Giordano, bank pass. Domi's able to get it in over the line, but couldn't keep it in, and now the Hawks have iced the puck. And it'll be brought back with exactly 2 minutes played into the period.
Isn't it amazing how often it happens? You have a couple of games where everything clicks offensively. The opener against Montreal, you scored twice to tie the game late with a goaltender on the bench. And then by the third game, all of a sudden, it's like, oh yeah, we got to work hard to recreate that. And the Leafs have not found their legs here. By the way, I think they just showed the Luke Richardson goal up.
Oh, did they? Oh,
on
good.
The broadcast.
Shot out at center ice. Klingberg sends it back in. Reeves plays it back at the net. He's got Nylander on the line here. Willie against the boards. And the Leafs trying to keep it in. Big pileup with Reeves knocking down a couple of players. One of the Leafs trying to pry his stick free. That's quite a pileup going on here. Now Perry and Reeves, and now someone else has arrived on the scene.
And Corey Perry and Ryan Reeves. I don't think Reeves would back down from that. So, Leafs had met Corey Perry in the playoffs 3 years in a row. The last two with Tampa, and the year before that with the Montreal Canadiens.
And the discussion between Reeves and Perry continues in the center ice area. And now
Perry's not interested in that.
No, I wouldn't think so.
How about this, though, for Corey Perry? Signed a 1-year, $4 million deal. He was making $2.75 million in Tampa the last 2 years. So at 38, found himself with a pretty decent raise.
And they need people like him to help the youngster along. As a pass across in front of the goal. Oh, what a chance! And it's off a stick and up into the screen as McCabe came in off the left point and then got snowed underneath Seth Jones. But the shot, what a great opportunity that was.
Maybe in hindsight, you want that shot a little quicker. McCabe jumped down from the left point, got it, and then sort of held it and tried to drag it. Soderblom had a lot of time to get over.
Leafs win the draw, and face-off has been a shot here by Nylander, went wide. The Hawks 31.7% in the face-off circle for their first couple of games, which is the worst figure in the NHL. As it's brought in over the line now by Chicago with a pass on the wing, and out of the Seiyu is robbed by Joseph Woll. Puck in front, they score! The Blackhawks open the scoring after Woll had made an outstanding save. And exactly 3 minutes in, it is 1-0 Chicago off the post and in. And Entwistle makes it 1-0.
And you could feel this coming. Chicago's outshot the Leafs 13-7. And it's another opportunity off the rush for Chicago that starts it. You're right, poor coverage. But it was Athanasiou that got stopped in close by Woll, and then the Hawks simply retrieve the puck and throw it back out front. And Jake McCabe, who went out and tried to block it, I think provided more of a hindrance to Woll because it went through or just past McCabe off the post and in. 1-0 Chicago.
Played to the line and brought back in now by Bedard. A drop pass into the slot. Donato with a shot. That stopped. The rebound is knocked on the far boards, and out come the Maple Leafs at center. Matthews getting it ahead to Marner on right wing. Marner closes, and the shot was wide. The rebound! Oh, and Matthews almost jammed it in on the short side. Puck into the corner now, back of the net. A centering pass. Oh, and it went right past Bertuzzi as it comes all the way to center ice. Bertuzzi back in on the left wing, looking for Matthews. Still with it, centered. It comes back to the point to Liljegren. Return to Bertuzzi, return to Liljegren, a shot. That was stopped. Rebound, Matthews in the circle. Still with it, works back along the near boards. Looks in front, goes back to the point. Another shot taken by Liljegren, went off a skate and went wide. It's cleared to center ice. Well, the Maple Leafs have maintained one statistic anyway. They have not scored the first goal of the hockey game this season. They have scored the last goal on 2 occasions. At center ice, poke ahead. Tavares works in over the line with his winger, and Tavares with a backhand. That was stopped. The rebound to the side of the goal is covered up by Soderblom. And there'll be a face-off coming in the Chicago zone as a result.
Man, this is where you want the pushback. So often it's got to be your star players to do it, but I think at this point, it's John Tavares. A pretty good job. Power move coming off the right wing side. One hands it towards the net. But it's all a dangerous rebound that it produced at the Chicago goaltender. Herbert Soderblom was able to hold up.
Sorry, Jimmy. I was going to say Athanasiou and Tkachuk get the assists on the goal at 2:59 of the second period. And the Hawks have a 1-0 lead. Played down into the Toronto zone, and an icing call is coming against Chicago, as it will come back into the Blackhawk end of the rink.
Yeah, you're right, Chicago 31.7% in the face-off dot early on in the season, which is the lowest in the National Hockey League. At this point, they've only won 6 out of 23, so they're at 26%.
Wow, that was some solid ciphering there.
I can read, Joey, which I know is something that would impress you.
Shot whistles wide of the Chicago goal. Liljegren a shot in traffic. That didn't make it to the net. And Dickinson will get it out at center ice. Foligno trying to get in over the line, and Giordano is there to take it away. He'll backhand it high to center. Leafs able to bring it in. Nice move there by Nylander, working back to Tavares, who scores! What a brilliant move by Willie Nylander, and he puts it on a tee, and John Tavares has his first of the year, and we have a tie game.
And it is, in fact, the big boys that will respond. We thought Tavares scored in the first period against Minnesota. That ended up going to Austin Matthews. But here, Willie Nylander comes down the left wing side, dances to the middle, and when he gets to the hash mark, drops it back to John Tavares, who rips it from between the hash marks, high glove, under the crossbar to tie this game at 1.
Played in over the line now by Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi works to the boards. Knocked it around into the corner for Marner. Marner couldn't get it away from Wyatt Kaiser. And then when he did, he centered it in front. And a quick shot taken there is stopped by Soderblom.
It's amazing how often it seems in these games that the Leafs have to give up the first goal before the alarm, before the alarm goes off.
Yeah.
3 games in a row now.
I want to send along our condolences to the Harrison family.
Yeah.
Ron Harrison Sr. was a mainstay with Hockey Night in Canada, Mole Star Productions,
Communications, yep,
and just a great friend, and passed away this week. And there
were some great times with him in the 90s, wasn't there?
Oh boy, yep.
The 80s.
Sure.
Yeah, for Ron Jr. and family, our sincere condolences.
Shot from an angle is swallowed up by Joseph Wall. Mark Giordano drawing the additional assist on the goal. And Tavares has his first of the year to go along with a nice start in the points department, 5 assists.
Well, what about Willie Nylander? I mean, you know, if it wasn't for Austin Matthews, I think Willie Nylander would be getting a lot more attention as well. That's his 6th point.
Which
in
ties
3
him
games.
with Matthews. Matthews has been a bit of a puck hog. He hasn't got an assist yet.
Well, if somebody could stop him, they could get a rebound.
Nice play by Marner to keep the puck in for Riley. Sent around back of the net. Oh, wow. A one-handed trip is going to be called here on Bertuzzi. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right call. The guy goes down. I don't think it's a dive. I think it's simply, as the Chicago defender tried to cross his skates and behind the net to turn up ice. Stick was there, and the Leafs will pay for it.
Boy, how many penalties have we seen this year 200 feet away from your own goal? A 1-1 tie. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant.
You came here to kill me, so do it.
This month on Crave. Every day is Halloween with all episodes of HBO's The Last of Us.
You're not going to scare us.
Showtime's Yellow Jackets.
We need to find a way to stay alive.
Plus, terrifying movies like Halloween Ends, Evil Dead Rise, The Exorcist, and more.
I'm losing my mind.
Stream now if you dare on Crave.
It all ends now.
Plans starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
Your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Whatever the weather, CMC Markets is here to help. Planning for a rainy day? Enjoy $0 commission on U.S. and Canadian share CFDs. Riding out the storm? Get ahead of the curve with lightning-fast execution speeds. Blue skies ahead? Go with the trusted broker backed by over 30 years experience. Switch to CMC Markets and join over 275,000 global traders. Learn more at cmcmarkets.ca. FX spreads apply. CFDs involve a high degree of risk. Member Canadian Investor Protection Fund. Umbrella not included.
Penalty kill for the Maple Leafs is brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks. And this second period is brought to you by Molson. Whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or XL, there is a Molson with your name on it.
Well, both teams only had 25-second power plays in the first.
Shot from the blue line. Stop the rebound in front of the goal. Cleared into the corner by Yarn Crook. The Chicago Blackhawks are 0 for 14 on the power play.
I guess 15 now, technically.
Yes, 15, right.
They didn't score in their 20-second power play in the first.
Good point. You were always a stickler for accurate statistics. Here's Camp intercepting a pass and knocking it down into the Chicago end.
Only when you're wrong.
Jones comes to center. Works in on the left wing. Drops for Bedard. Bedard trying to get around Marner. Marner knocked the puck away from him, but it's not going to clear. Cleared in along the boards. Bedard comes out of the corner with a pass in the wing. A shot. Blocked by Giordano. Kept alive at the blue line by Seth Jones. Jones to the middle of the ice. Left wing side for Hall. Hall into the slot. Bedard a shot and into the glove of Joseph Wall. And he snapped out that leather with authority to hang on and bring a face-off in the Toronto zone.
And we can talk about all the adjustments in the world for Conor Bedard as far as the speed of the game and how much less space there is on the ice. Let's not forget the goaltending's a little better up here, too. Is Joseph Wall. I mean, he's just out, set, square, and has to move the glove only about 3 or 4 inches to make the perfect save.
Hawks win the face-off for a change. They get it back to the point. Jones now to Bedard. Bedard working to the middle of the ice. Hounded there by Matthews. Forced into the corner, and the Blackhawks stretch it out again. Off a stick, though. Good stick presence there by Marner to deflect it into the center ice area. Matthews and Marner are the penalty-killing forwards. Here's Bedard working in over the line on the left wing side for Donato. Down, played back up on the wing and out at center ice. Did you hear the Montreal Canadian fans were booing Bedard, giving him the Montreal "you're really good, I'll boo you" treatment? That's clever. Now here's Korchinski trying to play it back to the slot. A pass to the side of the goal. Came in front of the net. Knocked back to the blue line and a shot again. And Wall coming across. And Taylor Radish's shot is swallowed up. We talked about his tracking the puck. And you and I are very high on this young man because of what he does. And when he does that, instead of hitting a piece of plywood, he absorbs it. He absorbs it.
Absolutely. By the way, we talk about booing. Toronto was like that with Bobby Orr, wasn't they?
Yeah.
Winnipeg, I think, sort of made that a tradition as well. Booing the best. It almost became an honor in Winnipeg. If you got booed, they thought you were pretty good.
Well, that's the same thing in Montreal, I guess.
Yep.
The centering pass for Bertuzzi, and it went by him, and out come the Blackhawks at center. 1-1 tie. Reichel into the slot, knocked away with some good back-checking there by Morgan Riley. Now the Leafs back the other way with Bertuzzi trying to slide into the side of the goal. Centered in front of the goal. Oh, what a chance. But unable to get a decent shot away in front of the net. Here's Minton with another crack at it, and that went wide. Maybe the best scoring chance Fraser Minton has had, but he fanned on it completely in front of the net after being set up. Played down into the Toronto end. Giordano sending it around to defense partner Klingberg. Long lead pass was just out of the reach of Tavares. Blackhawks back in on the right side. Kachuk into the corner. Kachuk looking for Athanasiou. Couldn't find a avenue to get it to him. And then it's passed along the boards, and Klingberg gets it out. And Domi will tip it down into the offensive zone. After it was Nylander, but he couldn't come up with it. Tavares is there as well. Around back of the net it goes to Willie. Nylander working back with Tavares' assistance. Still with it is Nylander, and he's going to circle it all the way back out into neutral ice. Leafs trying to get onside for him. And now Nylander will drop it back in his own territory for Liljegren. Liljegren, a lead pass. Nylander knocking it down, and into the far corner he goes. Taken to the boards, but comes away with the loose puck. Back of the net. Leafs trying to cycle it out now. Working along his camp to get it down into the corner. Liljegren pinches. Gregor couldn't help out. Hawks get it up on the wing, and they'll get it out at center, and that'll force McCabe back into his own zone, and a tight call on the icing by Ryan Gibbons. Libor Suchanek is the other linesman. Eric Ferlat and Francis Salaron are the referees.
And Athanasiou, the Chicago forward, giving it to the linesman.
And
losing.
They're going to face it off at center ice, so apparently he won the argument.
Well, the Leafs really get the break because Chicago would have retrieved that puck and maybe had a scoring chance out of it. They scored a secondary chance off the rush earlier in the period to take a 1-0 lead. Shots on goal favoring the Hawks 17-12. And we're doing a commercial break here because it's not icing, right?
End whistle for Chicago. Tavares for the Maple Leafs. Leafs 1, Hawks 1. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Natural diamonds were created by nature, deep in the heart of the earth. Created diamonds are born in the fiery heart of a plasma chamber.
What is plasma?
Lightning is made of plasma, and the sun is made of plasma.
Foul chefs.
I'm the one with the knife.
Foul food.
What is that? The smell.
Foul mouth.
Shut it down!
Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, he's back. A new episode of Kitchen Nightmares. Stream now.
It's an environment where diamonds can form, just like when the earth was born.
But why do you get a bigger created diamond for your budget?
They made too many, too quickly. So right now we have a temporary oversupply and the prices are at an all-time low.
But we sell both kinds, right?
Michael, we sell every kind of diamond there is.
Spence. Wow! Located in Vaughan, Scarborough, and Mississauga.
Ontario has never invested more in student success. We're hiring thousands of new educators to work alongside some of the best paid teachers in Canada, right here in Ontario. We're investing in new reading and math supports and spending billions to upgrade and build state-of-the-art schools. Students are back in classrooms with their friends where they belong, so they learn the skills they need now for the jobs of the future. Learn more at ontario.ca/investing in students. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
Picture this. You're asleep. Deep sleep. Perfectly still. Blissfully calm. But then your partner starts to toss and turn, and you don't even notice. At Sleep Country, sleep experts like me are here to help you fall asleep and stay asleep no matter the disturbance with our wide assortment of motion control mattresses.
Right now at the Do Not Disturb event, get a queen mattress for the hot price of $479 until Sunday. Only at Sleep Country.
TSN 1050. Listen anywhere. Stream us on iHeartRadio, the TSN app, or on Apple CarPlay. TSN 1050. Everywhere you want it.
Leafs 1 and the Blackhawks 1. And Chicago won't get home for a while. They're asking their young general manager, Kyle Davidson, whether there was something on at the United Center, like the circus or something like that. But
yeah, they end up going to Colorado before coming home to open against Vegas at home.
Leafs win the face-off, chipped in by Noah Gregor into the corner. Played back of the net. Ryan Reeves comes out of the area back of the net, but lost the handle on it. Now Gregor trying to chip it back in, but it's played to center ice, and it is Giordano working into the corner, looking to ring the boards with it for Reeves, and Reeves gets it out into the center ice area. Hawks go back. Murphy in back of the net. Gregor ran into him. Reeves bowls over Murphy with a hit, but the Hawks get it out at center, and Nick Foligno is away. Long shoot-in, steered into the corner by Wall. Foligno gets there first to play it around back of the net. Down into the corner. Giordano couldn't come up with it. One of the Leafs camp is all tangled up there with one of the Blackhawks, and they finally get untangled, and the Leafs have control of the puck with Liljegren getting it ahead, and it's chipped down into the Chicago end. Matthews on the prowl. Seth Jones back of the net. Matthews almost stole it from him. Puck comes back out at center ice. The Foligno boys, both wearing number 17s now in this, as we get an icing call, are back-to-back into Toronto, and so Dad Michael is in the building. He famous for the Foligno jump after scoring big goals, and looking forward to seeing him after the game.
Although did not wear 17 in Toronto.
No, wore 71.
Somebody already had 17.
Apparently.
And where is it? There it is.
There it is.
That banner over to the left.
Shot from the point by Brody was stopped. Matthews around back of the net, centers, and a shot there is stopped by Soderblom, and the Blackhawks will get it out into the center ice area. Brody sends it right back in again. Hawks regroup, and with 8:11 left to play in the period, we're tied at a goal. Brought in on the left wing by Taylor Hall. Hall with a shot and a slit it just wide of the far post. Another shot from the blue line, whistles well wide. 18 shots for Chicago, 14 for the Leafs. Bertuzzi in, and waited too long, I think, before letting that go, and when it did, he had it blocked. Centering pass. Here's Tavares. He doesn't wait, and a good save made by Soderblom with the blocker. Tavares with it again. Down low for Willie. He goes around back of the net, tries to center. There's a loose puck in the goal crease. Comes back into the corner. Nylander with it once more. Trying to get away, and does from Radish. Centering pass in front. And creeping in there was Klingberg, but he tipped it wide. Nylander with it again. Coming out in front on the backhand. Oh, and he set it over top of the goal. What a shift Willie's having here. Back to Klingberg. Cross ice feed. Off another body and maybe off the crossbar. Nylander with the shot. My goodness. And a big round of applause for 88. Leafs trying to bring it in over the line. Domi unable to do so. Tavares sending it back. Klingberg, a deflection off a stick and into Chicago territory. Boy, a shift like that you can really build on, can't you? Let's see if they do. Now it is Tkachuk in for the Hawks, and he let a shot go wide of the Leaf goal. Played into the corner for Tkachuk again. Giordano paced him in along the wall. Puck comes back around into the near corner, and the veteran Giordano got it out at center ice. And here's Domi with some room on the left wing. Got a shot away, but it was blocked. And the Blackhawks are trying to counter. Up on the right side is Athanasiou. He got it in over the line. Tyler Johnson trying to get a shot away, and it deflects into the near boards. Wrapped back of the net, but onto the stick of Tkachuk. He's back of the goal, tied up by Brody. Puck comes back to the point. Long shot in traffic. Nice save made by Wall. Handled the rebound easily, and it's cleared back into the neutral zone. 1-1 tie here in Toronto. Left wing pass for Foligno. Into the slot and traffic here. Big save. Another centering pass in front of the goal. And the Leafs are going to get it out at center ice after Wall makes another big save. Back in the Chicago end. Back to the point. Giordano near side for Riley. Riley punches it around the boards. Giordano pinches to keep it in. Back of the net. Willie trying to come out with it. And the Hawks do, and they look for a long breakaway pass, and they've got it. Up ahead, a shot, scores! Corey Perry was in behind the defense. And the veteran makes it 2-1.
Well, Mitch Marner did a flyby through the neutral zone to try to pick it off. And trying to get another look at the Leaf defense. The left defenseman was making a change because Corey Perry read the play and took off. And the Blackhawks, who have been way more dangerous off the rush tonight to the Leafs, have regained the lead. And for Corey Perry, that's his 4th point of the season. First goal as a Blackhawk.
Played down into the Chicago end. Matthews sends the puck around to the right wing side. Marner returns the favor back of the net. And then Matthews bowled over Connor Murphy with a shoulder check. Murphy comes up with it. Now gets it up on the left wing. Korchinski for the Hawks. Through center ice. Bedard couldn't get in over the line. Bertuzzi didn't chip it hard enough to get it in deep. And the Blackhawks at their own blue line then give it away. And then Bertuzzi returns the favor and then gets a high sticking penalty. So Tyler Bertuzzi on 2 occasions can't get the puck in deep. And then when it is turned over.
And this might be a 4.
Now, Ryan Donato is trying to bleed. Doesn't look like he has.
Well, the ref just shook his head and is going to make his way over. You're right, though. He did his best. But a careless stick by Tyler Bertuzzi are going to cost the Leafs again. 2 minutes on the power play for Chicago.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
At Rona, we know how important it is to protect your loved ones. October being the Fire Prevention Month, Rona and First Alert are offering you discounts of up to 30% on a selection of...
Go! A new episode of The Amazing Race is here. And it's bigger than ever.
Let's go.
With 90-minute episodes.
Go!
All season long. A new episode of The Amazing Race, Wednesday at 9:30, 7 Mountain on CTV.
Well, actually, it comes with a 2-motor hybrid powertrain. Just wait. I was going to tell them that it's in stock today, so
you don't have to wait.
Yes. Lease the Ontario-built 2024 CR-V EXL Hybrid from just $149 weekly at 7.59%. For 60 months, $2,550 down. OAC, taxes extra. See HondaOntario.com.
Waiting is overrated.
Look at you, exercising again.
Well, I just walked the dog.
And Healthy Planet salutes you for living healthy.
Or should I say, he walked me.
So, keep it going and shop Healthy Planet, where everyday people live healthy every day. From healthy foods and natural vitamins to in-house nutritionists, Healthy Planet has been your healthy choice for over 25 years. Shop in-store.
Who knew pugs were so strong?
Or healthyplanetcanada.com, your one-stop health shop with everyday value.
Corey Perry's first of the year on a great pass from Alex Vlasic. And it's 2-1 Chicago. And now the Hawks to their 3rd power play. Penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks. Face off to the right of the Toronto goal. Yarncrook taking the draw. And everybody moving a little prematurely.
That's 3 straight games now. Tyler Bertuzzi's taken a penalty for a stick infraction.
And the draw scrum, but Bedard gets it back to the blue line. Jones working down into the corner. Chipped it around back of the net. Camp knocked it back along the wall. Bedard playing it back in behind the net. The Leafs battled for it there. Stolen by Giordano, but he couldn't find an avenue to get it out. Played back to Jones at the point. Quickly played to the other side. Around back of the net. Now Giordano has it on the backhand, but doesn't get enough of it. And the Leafs swipe at it, but don't clear. Bedard with a pass into the slot area. Here's a loose puck around back of the net. Centered in front off the goal post. And the rebound comes to the near wing. Jones holding that. Plays it back to the blue line. Bedard working into the slot with a couple of moves. Off to Jones. Shot blocked there by Giordano. Giordano unable to get to it and then cleared down the ice by his defense partner, Brody.
That was Bedard, Joe, that snapped it off the post, blocker side on Joseph Woll.
21 shots for the Blackhawks. We're tied, and a 2-1 Chicago lead as the Leafs play it out into the center ice area. Korchinski got it up ahead for Radish. Radish to the line and in. And now it's shot in. Round on the boards far side. Marner got away from one man, freed the puck up, and it's banked out and down the ice by Toronto. And the Leafs will get a change going on their penalty kill with 27 seconds left in it. Blackhawks to the line and in. Athanasiou into the slot, in a goal, they score! Johnson came in off the right wing, and Tyler Johnson gets the first Chicago power play goal of the season, and the Hawks have a 2-goal lead.
And you do wonder how this can happen. A breakaway from the top of the circle's in, while the Leafs are killing a penalty. Everybody gets sort of sucked up into trying to make the play high. But that left a lane. The Leafs were late getting back. And Athanasiou cuts to the middle and just lays it towards the front of the net. And Tyler Johnson skates into it and snaps it past Joseph Woll. And the Leafs again have given up 3 goals in a game.
Johnson leads the Blackhawks in scoring. That's his third. And now here's a chance for Reichel breaking in, and he shot it over top of the Leaf goal. Puck along the near boards. Blackhawks working hard here, and they have been rewarded for that effort as the puck goes into the screen and out of play with 2.5 minutes to go in the second period. The Hawks 3 and the Leafs 1.
The Leafs have really, we can talk about the offense and guys scoring goals all you want, but the number of opportunities the Leafs have given up off the rush has got to be a concern. This is essentially 2-on-4 coming through center, and it ends up being a goal and a partial breakaway.
Nylander with a face-off win comes to center, trying to flip it in, but it was gloved down by the Blackhawk defense. Cleared back to the blue line. Carried into the corner then by Tkachuk. He has it taken away, and the Leafs get it out into the center ice area, but too far for Tavares to come up with. Shot right back down into the Toronto end. Woll will play into the corner. A pass ahead at center, and the Leafs, Tavares circles back. Change is coming. Played off on the wing. That didn't work. Batted by the Hawks back into the Toronto end. Giordano. Bank pass ahead for Tavares. Rifle down into the Chicago zone to allow a change of players. Wyatt Kaiser for the Hawks turned the puck over. And upended on the play was Bertuzzi. Could have been a penalty there. Here the Leafs with a centering pass. Bertuzzi can't deliver it to the net. Goes back to the goal. One hands it back to the blue line. Near side for John Klingberg. Pass back into the corner for Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi chopping at it but couldn't get it to Matthews. Then he comes out with it again. Here's Bertuzzi trying to center in front for Matthews. And he snapped it off a leg and it went wide. Leafs with some pressure. Back of the net, Bertuzzi with it again. Chipping it back to the blue line for Klingberg. He has it blocked. And the Hawks, Seth Jones, will carry to the Leaf line and just play it down into the Toronto end. Less than a minute to go in the second period. Long lead pass brought in by Gregor. Sent around back into the corner for Camp. David Camp of the Leafs trying to return the favor, and Gregor comes out of the corner, fell, and then tried to knife it in front of the net to Ryan Reeves, but it was too close to the net. Then a long shot goes high and wide of the Chicago goaltender. It's around back of the net for Riley in the left wing corner. Riley coming out of the corner with it. Riley around back of the net. Bank pass for Brody. Brody walks the line, got the shot towards the net, and it was chopped wide of the goal as Reeves got a bit of a rebound there, but knifed it wide of the net. 16 seconds to go in the period. Played back in over the line. Blackhawks will tip it free. Bedard coming through center. Bedard in over the line, and he overhandled the puck. And the Leafs are just going to get it out at center as Reeves missed a hit there from Taylor Hall. And the horn ends the period. So the Blackhawks score 3 times in the second period. The Leafs once. And at the end of 40 minutes of play, it's a 3-1 deficit the Leafs have to climb for the third.
Yeah, they were able to come back in the opener in a 2-goal deficit to the Montreal Canadiens. I'll tell you, right now the Blackhawks are full marks for a 3-1 lead, out shooting the Leafs 22-16. And I'll ask you, has Soderblom been forced to make an outstanding save yet?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I mean, the shift by Willie Nylander was incredible, but they
missed
really
missed the net on most of them. Yeah,
exactly. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll step aside for Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado. A 3-1 Chicago lead. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire-resistant, water-resistant, foul chefs.
I'm the one with the knife.
Foul food.
What is that? The smell.
Foul mouth.
Shut it down.
Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, he's back. A new episode of Kitchen Nightmares. Stream now. Super durable or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
The secret to my super strength? A mega-calorie diet. And my super strong muscles are exactly what Ed and Kate needed. They wanted a backyard with a tiki bar. You know the vibes. They were approved for a home renovation loan. And I got these powerful hands dirty. Their backyard is now glorious.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
NHLshop.ca, the official online store of the National Hockey League. And Canada's largest selection of officially licensed NHL fan gear. With unique one-of-a-kind designs by Fanatics, Adidas, and all the latest styles for every NHL team. Don't miss out. Shop now and get today's special offer. NHLshop.ca, a Fanatics experience.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
All right, everyone. Step up and down. Left foot, right foot. You're climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real world. Work those abs. Driving right through the mud and left and right. Keep that core engaged and bend at the knees as you load more into your Subaru. Windows down. Take in that outdoor air and park.
Get more value out of every kilometer at your local Subaru dealer, starting with award-winning safety.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire-resistant, water-resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
At Maple Toyota, fun and work go hand in hand, and your success is the name of the game. Just ask the team of players that have been here since the beginning. In fact, you could say Maple Toyota has one of the longest standing rosters in the league. No surprise. Maple Toyota is an award-winning dealership and offers competitive pay, amazing training, and exciting career opportunities. No one sits on the bench. Everyone scores. Maple Toyota runs on all cylinders. Do you? If you'd like to join the Maple Toyota team, apply today at mapletoyota.com.
Overdrive, Toronto's favorite way to drive home. Weekdays 4 to 7 on TSN 1050. Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey is on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Leafs able to bring it in. Nice move there by Nylander, working back to Tavares, who scores! What a brilliant move by Willie Nylander, and he puts it on a tee, and John Tavares has his first of the year, and we have a tie game.
Well, we did. It's now 3-1 Chicago over the Leafs after 40 minutes of play. TSN After 40 is delivered by 241 Pizza. Get a large 4-topping Quattro Pizza for $15.99. Try new 241 Nachos or Irish Nachos for just $9.99. 241pizza.com. That was tasty.
Jimmy,
the second period was not.
Let me ask you something. Would you like us to underreact or overreact to that period? Which direction are we going to take this intermission show to?
Well, given that it's Chicago and they're having their way with the Leafs haven't really exerted themselves, so I'm going to underreact.
All right.
There's still 20 minutes left.
You're going to say there's 20 minutes left.
Yes.
It's early in the season. Everyone's still trying to work things out. We're going to go positive, right? Positive spin on it.
I don't know if I could be talked into. Everybody's trying to work things out.
There are some issues out there.
Yeah. Well,
Let's start with who's not an issue. You know who's not an issue? William Nylander.
No.
He's right now, if you're looking for Leafs that are going tonight and playing with some kind of assertiveness and some kind of jam, William Nylander is that guy right now. In the offensive zone, he's been fantastic.
But it's only a small group.
That's the issue. It's a small group, and no matter how good your team is, it's the NHL. Any team can win on any given night. There's very good players on the other side that you're playing against, and right now the Chicago Blackhawks are taking it to the Toronto Maple Leafs because too many times in that period, Leafs are turning the puck over.
Oh.
They're missing assignments through the neutral zone. They're missing assignments in their own zone, and one opportunity leads to two, and eventually the puck goes in the back of your net. William Nylander has been the best Leaf by far. His willingness to take the puck to the middle of the ice creates that goal for John Tavares, makes it a tie game, but after that, the wheels fall off, and there's a few too many missed assignments. Now the Leafs are down 3-1.
Well, when you start giving up AAA scoring chances like a breakaway and almost a breakaway, hard to blame anybody for that other than everybody's not doing their job.
Well, we talked about it a little bit in the first intermission where, there's certain narratives that follow the team. You think about, Monday night, subpar team in town, trap game. Maybe it wasn't going to be the case.
Yeah.
I said it wasn't going to be the case. This team has proved me wrong because it is the case. And on the second Chicago goal, there's two players that miss assignments, Mark Giordano, Mitch Marner, and it leads to a breakaway goal for Corey Perry, who, by the way, what was he pointing at in the stands?
Somebody.
He's always up to something, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm going to say this. He was pointing at guy in the stands.
Guy in the stands. He's going after Reeves. He's doing his thing as far as being in the middle of everything. Would you like some papers here, Jim? There
Thank you
go.
very much.
No problem. We got the second period report.
Just a solo delivery.
I don't even think you read that report.
I read this. I go through this. I got the magnifying glass. I go through looking for errors.
And then on the third goal, the third Chicago goal, there's a defensive breakdown. It's on the penalty kill, but Tyler Johnson is able to knife his way between Jake McCabe, Fraser Minton, he knifes his way through, puts it in past Joseph Wall. I don't find a lot of fault with Joseph Wall on the goals that went in tonight. I think he's been very calm, very steady in the net. He looks poised.
Let's sum it up this way. The three Chicago goals, all in the second period, were the result of lax Maple Leaf defensive play.
Yes.
The Leaf goal was the result of somebody actually gave them some space, and within a second, it's in the net.
And that, you know what? I made this joke to you, and you quite enjoyed it, so I'll share it on the air.
I don't know if the listeners will agree. But.
We'll find out here. So you said to me, wow, it always amazes me in the NHL how the slightest little bit of room and guys can make you pay. Just a small mistake. And I said to you, Jim, I had many minuses that way. Just gave them a little, and they timed it perfectly, and I went back to the bench -1.
Yeah. I could see that. And I did report on it at the time.
The second pair for the Leafs. For the Leafs. In the offensive zone at times, it can be good. See McCabe getting up, getting involved, 5-man units. John Klingberg has a really nice seam pass to William Nylander, leads to a great opportunity. That was the one shift where you could really see the Leafs pouring it on, and then Chicago scores shortly afterwards. But this D pair needs to do more than what they're doing in the offensive zone. It's great that they have a little presence offensively. Too many times there's too much room between them through the neutral zone, and in the D zone, it's like there's a lot of issues right now with McCabe and Klingberg. There's not much that Sheldon Keefe can do other than change the D pairs. We know this is it. This is the group. Yeah. So unless you're going to put Liljegren with McCabe and you're going to put Klingberg with Giordano, I don't know. Like, those guys need to figure it out.
Is that what you would do? I mean, wouldn't you move Klingberg up?
You would move Klingberg up with Morgan Rielly?
Well, I mean,
and
it's
you
a
would move
high-end defenseman.
I realize that. It's interesting
I
because
can't see him on the back pair.
If I'm structuring these D pairs, I look at it and say everything makes sense. Brody Rielly makes sense. Klingberg McCabe, in theory, makes sense because you think of McCabe as being strong defensively, little, stout physically. It should be a good compliment for Klingberg, but something about those two guys isn't working. It's like McCabe wants to get involved when Klingberg gets involved, and then they don't know who's backing each other up. And one error leads to two. Next thing you know, it's in the back of your net. There's something off about both those guys playing together. You know what I suggest?
What?
You grab the D coach, you get in the video room, the both of you, and you go through all your shifts, all three of you, and try and figure out, okay, what are we going to do together as a D pair to right the ship here? If you're going in, am I staying out? Are we going to play between the dots? Are we going to chase outside the dots, heading back into our own zone? What's going to make us a good D pair?
So you got about 30 seconds to do this, but how difficult is it to find the fit with two guys on the blue line?
Sometimes it can be, and even though it makes sense on paper, there's just something about maybe the communication isn't there. Maybe guys just don't think the same way on the ice. But they're going to have to find their way through it. It's early in the season. So like we said, we're going to underreact. We're going to go with the positive spin. There's plenty of time for both these guys to figure things out. But, Jimmy, there's plenty of video for them to watch in order to get better.
You know what I say to that? Good call, Guy.
Thanks,
excellent.
Guy. Thanks,
3-1 Chicago over the Leafs after 40 minutes of play. Yes, Guy, this is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
The Diamond Solitaire is the quintessential engagement ring.
A simple gold band elevates the diamond, profoundly elegant.
That diamond is the symbol of a lifelong commitment.
You came here to kill me, so do it.
This month on Crave. Every day is Halloween with all episodes of HBO's The Last of Us.
You're not going to scare us.
Showtime's Yellow Jackets.
We need to find a way to stay alive.
Plus, terrifying movies like Halloween Ends, Evil Dead Rise, The Exorcist, and more.
I'm losing my mind.
Stream now if you dare on Crave.
It all ends now.
Plans starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
Right now, a truly fantastic 3/4 carat created diamond solitaire style number 1111 is just $2,399. Michael, tell them about the freedom we give them.
When you buy a diamond solitaire from Spence Diamonds, you are free to change the mounting style of your solitaire toward any other style of ring within 1 year of the date of purchase, and we will credit you with the full value of the mounting you trade in, which means you can choose from 154 different styles of solitaires.
154 different styles.
You heard the part about the $2,399, didn't you? For 3/4 carat for solitaire style 1111.
We want you to be happy.
We want you to live happily ever after.
It's a great time to get engaged.
It's always a great time to get engaged.
Spence. Located in Vaughan, Scarborough, and Mississauga.
What do you do when you hear ads announcing sales on mattresses and sleep essentials?
50% off! Big sale now!
Head to Sleep Country. Our unmatched buying power means great prices on top brands. And with our unbeatable price guarantee, we'll beat competitors' prices by at least 5%. If you shop anywhere else, you're paying too much. Ask a Sleep Country sleep expert for details on our unbeatable price guarantee today and start sleeping better now.
2
2-for-1 Pizza is taking it up a nacho with new 2-for-1 nachos and Irish nachos for just $9.99 each. Enjoy the 2-for-1 nachos with corn tortilla chips or try the Irish nachos with potato wedges. Both come loaded with nacho cheese sauce, mozzarella cheese, tomatoes, green peppers, red onions, and jalapeno peppers. Add the 2-for-1 special featuring 2 medium pizzas with 4 toppings combined for only $20.99 plus tax. Order online at 2for1pizza.com.
All right, everyone. Step up and down. Left foot, right foot. You're climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real world. Work those abs. Driving right through the mud and left and right. Keep that core engaged and bend at the knees as you load more to your Subaru. Windows down. Take in that outdoor air and park.
Get more value out of every kilometer at your local Subaru dealer, starting with award-winning safety.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I run at sonic speeds, but I'm not as quick as the fastest computer. And that's exactly what Sam needed. She runs an IT firm and needed an upgrade. Within 24 hours, she was approved for a business loan. After, I stuck around to play some online games. My legs might be fast, but my thumbs, even faster.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Maple Toyota. Build your next dream Toyota at Maple Toyota. And check out Maple Toyota's pre-owned inventory arriving daily. It is time to Toyota. Visit mapletoyota.com. All these games are 7 o'clock start, so they're all after 40 minutes. Detroit 4-0 over the Jackets. Panthers 3-0 over the Devils. Coyotes and Rangers are tied at 1. And the Flames and Capitals are tied at 2. In our game, Chicago 3, Toronto 1 after 40 minutes of play. And the Chicago with goals by Perry, Johnson, and Entwistle, and Tavares with his first of the season for the Leafs, and that's where we stand. And I know what you're thinking, Guy, the third period must be next. You are correct, sir. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire-resistant, water-resistant,
foul chefs.
I'm the one with the knife.
Foul food.
What is that? The smell.
Foul mouth.
Shut it down.
Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, he's back. A new episode of Kitchen Nightmares. Stream now.
From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
A truly fantastic 3/4 carat created diamond in the solitaire style number 1111 is just $2,399. Michael, tell them about the freedom we give them.
Buy a diamond solitaire from Spence and you can trade in your mounting toward any other style of ring within 1 year of the date of purchase. Receive full value for the mounting you trade in, which means you can choose from 154 different styles of solitaires.
It's a great time to get engaged.
Spence. Wow! Located in Vaughan, Scarborough, and Mississauga.
There's no better way to drive home than with Hayes, Noodles, and the O-Dog. Overdrive every weekday, 4 to 7 p.m. on TSN 1050.
Leafs have some work to do in the third period, down 3-1 to the Chicago Blackhawks, who are trying to win for the first time this season, or for the second time this season, as the Maple Leafs trying to stretch a 3-0 start to their regular season.
The Leafs early in Austin Matthews' career, I believe Matthews had 2 or 3. Remember, he put his ear up to the crowd. The Leafs took the lead, and Patrick Kane kept coming back to score. And I believe it was Morgan Riley won that game for the Leafs in overtime on Cam Ward, who was in goal for the Blackhawks that night.
Willie Nylander's got a 8-game point streak against the Chicago Blackhawks. 7 goals, 7 assists, 14 points. And scored 2 game winners over that stretch, too. So here we go. Leafs to the right, Blackhawks to the left. Matthews line starts. Bedard line starts for the Blackhawks, and it's down into the Toronto zone. Played off the skate of Bertuzzi, but the Hawks come away with the puck. Jones trying to play it in over the line. Fed it off on the wing for Taylor Hall, going wide. Hall works around back of the net, tried to center, and Riley was able to knock it away, and Bertuzzi couldn't come up with the pass on the boards, and it's kept in by Seth Jones. Jones got around Bertuzzi, played back of the net, and the Leafs' number one line is down in their end of the rink, having difficulties getting out. Now they get some skating room, and Riley plays it ahead, and here's Matthews coming through the neutral zone and in with a shot, and that was swallowed up by Soderblom and held for a face-off coming in the Toronto zone. Really not a real good shot from Matthews, but he hasn't had many scoring opportunities thus far.
No, this is essentially a 1-on-3, and Matthews kept having to sift further to the left to find some open ice before he got the shot off, and when he did, it was partially deflected before it got to the goaltender. Seth Jones just got his stick on it.
4 shots on goal for Matthews, and a shot there from the point by McCabe just went wide. The puck at the side of the goal came in front, and Soderblom had to kick his right leg out to make that stop. Brought on by Tyler Johnson now. His shot deflects wide of the Toronto goal. McCabe turning it up ice for Tavares. Tavares comes through neutral ice to the line and in on the right side, and Willie drops it off. Then had it knocked away, and the Blackhawks are able to punch it out at center ice. McCabe couldn't get it away from Radish. Radish plays it along the boards, and now McCabe has got it freed up, and Liljegren is able to stretch things out, and the Leafs are changing again. McCabe, a pass to the line, deflected by Minton into the zone. Goalkeeper out to play it back into the corner. Stolen back by Domi. His shot went off the glove of Soderblom wide of the goal. Kept in at the point. Shot hit Domi in the skates and went to the near boards harmlessly. Kept in by Fraser Minton, and Nyes went tumbling after he was unable to reach the Chicago player, and the Hawks get it with Dickinson into the Toronto end. Played into the near corner. Corey Perry playing it along the boards. His goal is the big one here. A breakaway sent in, and he made no mistake. At the point, Murphy plays into the corner and back of the net. Cut off by the Leafs and fed up on the wing for Domi. Domi outlets. Minton nicely fed off the wall, but played it too far to get it himself. And the Blackhawks are back in their own zone organizing as the Leafs get another change going in the fourth line over the boards. Blackhawks to center. Korchinski in on the wing. Shot blocked before it reached the net. Leafs reverse the puck along the boards. Chopped at there by Brody, but he couldn't get it to Morgan Riley. Hawks with it again. Play it back to the point. Long shot by Korchinski well wide of the goal. Reeves bats at it but can't get it past. Into the corner. Chicago again with a centering effort. Reeves had it knocked away. Leafs unable to get it out as overskating the puck was Noah Gregor. Gregor losing his stick in the fray, and a glove pass is going to stop play with 17:02 left to play here in the third period.
Give the Hawks credit. They have battled. And even there, Noah Gregor trying to get the puck out of his zone, gets his stick lifted from behind. And the Hawks almost come up with another scoring opportunity, but the hand pass will bring the face-off outside the Leaf blue line. Right in front of the Leaf bench. 3-1 Hawks. Out shooting the Leafs 22-20.
Puck along the far boards in front of the Chicago bench, taken to safety by Vlasic. And Vlasic gets it out at center ice and is able to chop it down into the Toronto end. McCabe, the former Blackhawk, playing it around the boards and out. Seth Jones shoots it right back in again. Wall couldn't slow it up. Liljegren has it now for Toronto behind his goal. A long bank pass looking for Marner, and that did not make contact, and because it didn't, icing call here against the Maple Leafs.
A little change up on the blue line as we've got McCabe now playing with Liljegren. As this icing will force the face-off back to the right of Joseph Wall. Despite giving up 3 goals, I don't think you look at any of them. I mean, you'd like one more big save, obviously, but for Joseph Wall, no chance on the 3 that have beaten him.
Puck back of the Toronto goal, comes back to the point. Zaitsev goes D to D, and the rebound is chipped to the line, and the Leafs still don't get it out. Bertuzzi had it knocked away, and now Matthews gets an outlet from Marner. He works in on the right side and stops up. Taken to the boards there by Radish. Matthews trying to dig the puck free. Bertuzzi has. Bertuzzi working into the corner, looking for an outlet. Back to the point to Brody. Brody shot, deflects off the post. Matthews redirected that, and it hit almost the juncture of the post and crossbar. Bertuzzi right back in again to Matthews on the right wing. Rattles it back at the net. Bertuzzi trying to slow it up. Nylander couldn't reach it. Bertuzzi gets it into the slot and a shot, and that was stopped by Soderblom, as right in the slot was Giordano. Giordano back along and into the zone. Gets another whack at it, and this one deflected just wide. Leafs trying to put a couple of shifts together here to gain some momentum. A shot then by Giordano was partially blocked, and Perry will skate it out at center. Got it in on the left wing. Nick Foligno down into the corner. Ridden to the boards there by Klingberg. Foligno gets it back to the point. A shot deflects wide. Perry back at the net. Perry dropping it along the boards. Foligno trying to curl out with it. Now in along the boards is Nick Foligno. Back to the blue line, and unable to keep that in was Connor Murphy. And he was fortunate because he stumbled, and the Leafs almost had an on-man rush. Now the Hawks back in again. Entwistle works into the corner. Took a shot, and that deflected wide of the Leafs. Go from the side of the goal. It's smothered by Wall. And he'll hold for a face-off with 14:36 to play on the third. And the Hawks full marks for a 3-1 lead.
Well, good news is, from a Leafs standpoint, they've scored 5 third-period goals in their first 2 games of the regular season. Bad news is they've given up 4. We sort of make jokes and references to the start of the season being very much like the 80s as far as leads being blown and lots of goals. And the Leafs are hoping that continues here.
Hawks win the face-off, feed it over on the left wing side, trying to break in Zaitsev, and from an angle it is swallowed up by Wall and Hell. And this face-off will be brought to you by Alpine Credits. If you own your own home and need a loan, Alpine Credits can help. Get approved at alpinecredits.ca.
Remember, it was about 4.5 minutes left against Montreal, was it not? Where the Leafs were down 2. And Ilya Samsonov came to the bench.
Yep. Well, they're going to need a little magic here as the Hawks have it again in the slot area. At the point, Jones, and another save made by Joe Wall. Talked about Ryan Reeves maybe having a fight in 3 consecutive games. Fighting majors in the first 2 games as a Maple Leaf.
Oh,
all right.
Now are you going to ask me
how, as a Maple Leaf? No.
How far back do I got to go?
Well, let's see. I would say 87, 88.
Bob McGill?
No, Chris McRae.
Chris McRae.
Ty Domi in 89, 90. Kelly Chase. Forget that he was here for a short period of time. And Matt Martin, of all people.
Recent.
Yeah. Draw one by the Hawks. Another shot goes well wide of the goal. Far side, Vlasic keeps it in. And the Leafs have been in their end of the rink a lot. Now Marner is able to get the puck out, and it's fed ahead on the wing and shot in by Brody. Down the boards, Matthews coming in front with the backhand. That hit the side of the net. Matthews has the loose puck. Works around back of the goal. Uses his size to get it in front. Got a shot away. And the puck squirted up into the air. Marner was trying to get a stick on it, but goaltender Soderblom got his glove on it and stops play at the Leafs trailing 3-1. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
It was a rainy day when Pizzaville declared, "We'll never be the fastest. We'll never be the cheapest."
You came here to kill me, so do it.
This month on Crave. Every day is Halloween with all episodes of HBO's The Last of Us.
You're not going to scare us.
Showtime's Yellow Jackets.
We need to find a way to stay alive.
Plus, terrifying movies like Halloween Ends, Evil Dead Rise, The Exorcist, and more.
I'm losing my mind.
Stream now if you dare on Crave.
It all ends now.
Plans starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
Sunday, November 12th at Scotiabank Arena. Be there behind the benches as honorary coach for both Team Oates and Team Nieuwendyk. Get access to both team dressing rooms and get 4 gold tickets for your family and friends to come watch you coach. For details and to enter, head to tsn1050.ca.
At Maple Toyota, fun and work go hand in hand, and your success is the name of the game. Just ask the team of players that have been here since the beginning. In fact, you could say Maple Toyota has one of the longest-standing rosters in the league. No surprise. Maple Toyota is an award-winning dealership and offers competitive pay, amazing training, and exciting career opportunities. No one sits on the bench. Everyone scores. Maple Toyota runs on all cylinders. Do you? If you'd like to join the Maple Toyota team, apply today at mapletoyota.com.
TSN 1050. Listen anywhere. Stream your favorite shows in your car. Available on Apple CarPlay via the iHeartRadio app. TSN 1050. Everywhere you want it.
Chicago 3, the Maple Leafs 1. 13:50 to play in the third period.
The Leafs are looking for the power play to bail them out. They're going to lead a little more than the 35 seconds of power play time they've had so far. That's when Entwistle went off at 13:48 of the first, but then Mitch Marner ended up taking a penalty for hooking just 35 seconds later, and that's been it for the man advantage.
Face off to the left in the Chicago zone. Won by the Hawks. Played to the line. Good block there by Brody to keep it in. It rolls to the side of the net. Yarncrook couldn't come up with it. Nylander does with a shot off the glove of the goalkeeper into the corner. Now around back of the net, the Hawks get it up on the wing to Donato, and he will play it in on the left wing now for Hall. His shot went wide. Bedard went for a sprawl at the side of the goal, kept in by Chicago, rung around to the far side for Hall, looking back, cut off by Nylander. Nylander off the boards for Yarncrook, and Yarncrook finds Riley. He's across the line. Riley works to the right wing side, tried to backhand it in front for Yarncrook. That didn't work. Played back to the point. Giordano sends it towards the net, blockered away by goaltender Soderblom. The Leafs unable to keep it in. It'll come to center ice. Giordano trying to spring Bertuzzi, but it was blocked, and now the Blackhawks breaking in, and that was stopped. And a penalty for hooking coming to Toronto.
Yeah, a turnover at center and a bad line change for the Leafs. And the Hawks will go to power play number 4. On the night, they're already 1 for 3. And it's Klingberg that's going to go. Well, this is very similar to the goal by Corey Perry. No, I mean, looking at this, it's easier to see on the replay. This is a bit of a weak hook.
Still a good save made by Joe Wall. And now the Leafs a man short. The penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. And the Leafs are going to ice the puck right off the hop. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commissions on stocks. Blackhawks dropping it back. Brought on now by Athanasiou, who sends it around the boards to the left wing side. Cleared back, it goes off a stick, and now it is Gregor just sending it down into the Chicago end. Marner and Matthews on killing the penalty. Tyler Johnson gets it into the Toronto zone. Chipped along the boards for Matthews, off Marner's stick. Marner gives it off on the right side for Liljegren. He finds Riley. Riley trying to fender it back to Liljegren. Oh, and he chipped it just wide. Marner sends it in front for Matthews. Can't shoot it, and when he did, he slid it wide. Marner again in front, and Matthews tipped that wide. Gonna love watching these guys penalty kill. Now Matthews takes the puck back into the center ice area. He works it to the line, dropping it off for Riley. Riley tried to flip it in, but it was blocked, and now the Blackhawks counter. Donato in across the line. Riley got back there, and the Leafs are going to get it out at center, and Matthews is surrounded 1-on-3 and just flips it in wide of the goal. Half a minute to go in the power play. Matthews steals, trying to come out in front, still free, and it goes around back of the net. The man is a menace.
And the crowd acknowledges the great job of the penalty kill by Matthews and Marner up front.
Here's Bedard working in over the line. Had it knocked off his stick, tried to regain it. Looked like he had a pretty good grab there on Nyes' stick. Now a centering pass and a shot stopped by Wall. And it's into the corner as the penalty is about to end. And now Klingberg is back on. Leafs looking up ice and finding Klingberg. Klingberg with Nylander. Nylander trying to take the drop pass, and Klingberg kind of left it too short for him. Now Bedard goes back the other way. Bedard in with a shot. Pad save. Big one made by Joseph Wall. And he's going to hold on.
Well, that game's starting to open up, and from a Leafs standpoint, that's what you've got to do. Take some chances. 10:33 to go here in the third period. Toronto's still down by 2. And we already said that the Leafs have given up way too much off the rush tonight. But for Joseph Wall, he might see a lot more of that here in the third period if the Leafs continue to trail. You're going to have to engage the defense, have the D jump up into the rush, and that leaves you vulnerable if there's a turnover for an odd-man rush or breakaway back the other way.
Face off in the circle to the right of Wall. And the draw won by the Maple Leafs, and Domi plays it from the wrong side of center all the way down into the Chicago end, and it's icing.
I'm not sure what the thought process was.
No, neither do I. I mean, he was not even close to the red line when he tried to flip it in. It was obviously going to be icing. But another face-off back in the Toronto end. And the Leafs win the draw. Giordano sends it off to his defense partner. Liljegren got it ahead. This time it is tipped into the zone. Minton goes in after it. He is out there along with Järnkrok and Domi as it comes back into the slot, and a shot in traffic. Oh, and goaltender Soderblom got a piece of that, but he was kind of bowled over by his own defenseman, and the Leafs couldn't take advantage of it. Now back behind the Toronto goal. Giordano ties up his man. Minton couldn't come up with it. Back to the point it comes. Zaitsev with a shot. That's blocked. And now here's Järnkrok trying to work his way free to get it out. And they don't. And now Giordano has his pocket pick. Radishin with a shot. Big save made there by Wall again. He's made about 3 here to keep the Leafs within fighting distance of a 3-1 deficit. Back into the Chicago end. Domi unable to get to it and heading to the bench. And Zaitsev starts away at center. In across the line. Long shooting. Blockered into the corner by Wall. Matthews around back of the net, and the big fella starts out with a pass ahead for Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi with a diagonal shooting into the right wing corner. Marner takes his man to the boards. The puck comes free to Tyler Johnson. He'll make no mistake getting it out. It won't have enough to go for icing. Liljegren back of the net to his defense partner. Klingberg off the skate of Bertuzzi. Hawks with it again, and back into the zone they come with Foligno. Shooting right on. Stopped there by Wall. The rebound went wide. Then upended there was Klingberg, but no call. Puck at the side of the goal. Foligno getting it back to the point. Blackhawks with a shot purposely wide of the net. And Matthews comes away with it. Puts the brakes on to elude the forecheck. Finds Klingberg and starts out. Matthews and Perry having words as they go to the respective benches. Now here are the Leafs to the line and in. Perry with a bit of a late shot on the Leaf centerman. Sent around the boards, kicked back in there by Brody. Tavares against the boards, couldn't keep it in. Comes back into the center ice area. He looked like he was hooked there. And even though it was the back referee who bade the game go on, the other official has made the call, and that is Francis Saint-Laurent. And the Leafs are going to go to a much-needed power play here with 8:08 left to play in the period. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask.
You came here to kill me, so do it.
This month on Crave. Every day is Halloween with all episodes of HBO's The Last of Us.
You're not going to scare us.
Showtime's Yellow Jackets.
We need to find a way to stay alive.
Plus, terrifying movies like Halloween Ends, Evil Dead Rise, The Exorcist, and more.
I'm losing my mind.
Stream now if you dare on Crave.
It all ends now.
Plans starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
For help when it comes to your personal finances, but you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They can help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-288-4991. That's 1-800-288-4991. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-288-4991. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-288-4991. Ontario license number 4705786.
2-for-1 Pizza is taking it up a notcho with new 2-for-1 nachos and Irish nachos for just $9.99 each. Enjoy the 2-for-1 nachos with corn tortilla chips or try the Irish nachos with potato wedges. Both come loaded with nacho cheese sauce, mozzarella cheese, tomatoes, green peppers, red onions, and jalapeno peppers. Add a large quattro pizza with 4 toppings combined for only $15.99 plus tax. Order online at 2for1pizza.com.
Power Play is brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
Well, Leafs need a big face-off win to start what's hopefully going to be the first full power play of the evening. Well, I guess maybe just 19 or a minute 50.
That'd be
bang one in later.
So the face-off to the right of Soderblom. Tavares won it cleanly. Nylander controls. Near half boards. Looks in front of the net. Nylander holding. Back to the blue line. It goes to Klingberg. Back to Nylander. Nylander down low. Tavares trying to center it front. Oh, and it was chipped just wide of the net by Matthews. Played around the boards but trapped by Klingberg. Klingberg again to the middle of the rink. Holds. Got a shot away. That was blocked. And while sprawling on the ice without a blade in his skate is number 17, Nick Foligno. Onto the wing now, and they're going to get a set out and down the ice as Foligno just does get to the Chicago bench.
Boy, and the Leafs are lucky because if Foligno were somebody with 2 blades but on the ice, they might have had a breakaway after the turnover by the Leafs.
Matthews in his own zone, starts out. He'll get it off on the right wing, and Klingberg gains the zone. Nylander in along the boards, is swung around to the near side. Here's Tavares, dropping it back for Marner. Works down into the left wing corner. Sends it back to Klingberg at the point. He walks the line. In the middle of the rink now to the right wing side. Down off of Tavares' stick. The pass was fairly high. Now the scramble is on for a loose puck in the corner. The Leafs just have 2 players in there against 2 of the Blackhawks when they really need to have a third. The puck still scraped along the boards, finally played back. Klingberg is able to keep it in, but his pass for Nylander went off his stick and comes to center. Left wing side, Marner. Chipped along for Tavares. Centering pass, no one there. Nylander chops to the side, and the Hawks are going to get it, and they're going to start out with a tired grip with the Leafs intercept. Marner waits for teammates to get onside. Now to Matthews, a one-timer from Tavares, fanned on completely.
And he had the wide open net.
Now Marner has to go off his skate, and the Hawks are going to ice the puck, and that's going to do it for the power play.
Well, their best opportunity comes in the dying seconds after the Hawks turned it over.
Liljegren dropping it back, got it ahead. Yarncrook deflects it down into the Chicago zone. Bertuzzi after it, a centering pass, comes all the way back to the blue line and out. Liljegren will regroup it. Off the boards again, chipped in over the line for Bertuzzi. Knocked back to the blue line and out at center ice, and the Blackhawks will send Ryan Donato in with the puck and down into the Toronto zone. A pass deflects and comes to center ice. Bertuzzi laying it there, and here's Domi in. Domi makes a blind pass and no one's there. Back around back of the net. Hawks will play it around the boards, but defenseman Klingberg pinches to keep it in with a shot, and that was off the mark wide. Giordano down the boards, back to the point to Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi with a long shot that went wide. Now here's Gregor in the corner, working it back along the boards. Domi is in pursuit. The puck comes free, and it's off the wall, and is going to be chipped out at center ice. Donato racing after it, but the veteran Giordano is there. Up ahead for Nyes. Matthew Nyes in on the left wing. Pulls up, lays it in for Gregor, and his shot was deflected wide, and it comes all the way back out at center ice, and Morgan Riley is there. Up for Nyes. Nyes turns around at his own blue line. Rink wide, finds McCabe. 4:37 to play third period, and the Leafs down a pair. Entwistle will send it high and bound it down into the Toronto zone. Riley works back with a pass off the boards that Minton couldn't come up with, and then it's shot in on a delayed offside. Actually, just offside, as it was drilled into Mackenzie Entwistle, and play whistled in. 4:21 to go, and we've seen Sheldon Keefe lift the goaltender here fairly early in the first game, certainly against Montreal. We'll keep an eye on that. 3-1 Chicago. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Do more in a reliable Subaru, they said. Enjoy more time together to go more places with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, they
Mary Berg knows a thing or two about cooking.
It's always been a passion of mine.
And a way with words.
Holy Toledo. It's bananas. I just like saying what's on my mind.
Well, now, watch her.
Host my new daytime show.
The Good Stuff with Mary Berg. Weekdays at 10/9 Mountain.
On CTV.
For a personalized pillow fitting, and our sleep experts can find one that's just right for you. Right now, buy one of our best-selling pillows and get a second one half off. But hurry, for a limited time only. Restrictions may apply. See in-store or online. Sleep well, stay well, Sleep Country.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
The secret to my super strength? A mega calorie diet. And my super strong muscles are exactly what Ann and Kate needed. They wanted a backyard with a tiki bar. You know the vibe. They were approved for a home renovation loan. And I got these powerful hands dirty. Their backyard is now glorious.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. FSR license 12616.
Making your lousy commute fun. Overdrive with Hayes Noodles and the O-Dog. Every weekday, 4 to 7 p.m. on TSN 1050.
Leafs 6 of the next 7 games are going to be on the road, including the next 5 at Florida, Tampa, Washington, Dallas, and Nashville. Coming up on the horizon, they'll come home to face Los Angeles and then go back to play the Bruins. Goaltender still in the net. Pass comes ahead at center. Brought in over the line, and there goes Wall to the bench now. Drop pass for Riley. That deflects and goes into the screen, and the Leafs will get an offensive zone face-off with 6 attackers on the ice.
Well, Hawks have improved as this game has gone on in the face-off top, but still only 38%. Overall, as John Tavares will come out to take this draw. Tavares so far has won 8 of 12.
The Leafs power play is out there with the 6 attackers. Tavares, Nylander, Marner. Tavares back of the goal, tipping it up on the boards. Hawks can't get it out. Marner works around back of the net, stops up, played it into the corner for Riley, back to Marner, back to Riley. He's trying to stretch things out, centers, and that was kicked into the corner by the goalkeeper. Now here's Marner into the slot for Willie, and a shot didn't make it through. Hawks trying to get it out, and a stick break blocked that opportunity, but they do get it to center ice as Corey Perry's stick blew up on him. Now Matthews in on the left wing, stops up at the half boards, back to the blue line to Willie. Nylander carries into the corner, drops it back for Morgan Riley. Riley to Klingberg. Klingberg holds. Back to Riley. Riley to Willie. Nylander near side. Down low. Tipped in front of the goal. What a save made by Soderblom. Oh, my. Tavares on the doorstep. Save of the game for the Chicago netminder right there.
Ole Nylander at the top of the left wing circle, throws it towards Mitch Marner, who's off to the side, to the right of Soderblom. And all Marner does was redirect it across the top of the crease and onto the stick of Tavares. And Tavares had 2 whacks at it, but couldn't elevate either one over the left pad.
Tavares scrums the draw, and the Leafs are able to keep it in momentarily. But the Blackhawks have tipped it down the ice, and this is going to be an icing.
Well, the Hawks, tough schedule to start the season, but looking to split the first 4 games they play against pretty good opponents. Well, they did lose 3-2 in Montreal on Saturday. Got the win, a come-from-behind win against the Penguins in their opener.
Draw is scrummed when it comes back to Klingberg, who sends it down into the far corner. Riley pinches as he gets it back at the net for Marner, who tried to tip it in front. That didn't work. Tavares got there to disrupt the clearing attempt, and it's kept in now by the Leafs back of the goal. And now Riley chipping it along, and the referee got in the way there. The puck comes back at the net. Tavares has it there. Tavares trying to center, and that was blocked. He gets it again. Centering pass back to the blue line. Klingberg holds, doesn't shoot it, finds Marner, pass in front, and Matthews, who was tripped, ends up deflecting it just wide, and everybody hollering for a penalty, then a shot in front of the goal. They bang away at it, and that was knocked down. Tavares with it again to the blue line, 2:11 left. Another shot by Klingberg into the glove. And I think there's a lot of discussion going on here with referee Eric Ferlat, because the Leafs were getting assaulted in front of the net. Matthews was cross-checked there by... Was that Murphy? I believe it was.
And Murphy even did the double take, looking over both shoulders, thinking somebody had to see it. But the Leafs do not get the call here. And it was after that Matthews had a couple of pretty good opportunities. Yeah, and I think where you get frustrated as a player is you see a lot of one-handed hooks and trips being called. And you get a cross-check that actually takes away a scoring chance. At a key moment, it gets neglected. So 2:08 to go, and with the timeout.
Not that this would ever happen, but I could see like a penalty being called with about, 20 seconds left.
Yeah, for delay a game. Put the puck over the glass. What are they going to call it?
Make everybody feel a little better about it. But that was a blatant scoring opportunity denied when Murphy cross-checked Matthews from behind. At any rate, there's 2:08 left. The Leafs called timeout there. And so the big boys are coming back on the ice.
I like how they do the big fake, though. They send the replacement guys out, they get to the face-off dot, then call the timeout. It's like
couple more minutes.
It's like the mound visit from the manager, right?
Yep, draw one by Tavares. Sent towards the net. It deflects and off the glass. It comes into the near corner. Marner down low. Tavares in front of the goal. Oh, and Matthews chipped it wide of an empty net. Marner again. Near half boards, trying to get away. Centers for Tavares, looking in front, and it got by Morgan Riley. And the Hawks are going to get it out at center ice. Minute 44 to go. Matthews swings back in his own zone. A pass ahead for Marner. Now to Willie. Nylander in on the right side. Nylander around back of the goal, tried to center. That was blocked. Hawks don't get it out initially. Now they get it off the boards, but Nylander traps. Nylander on the near half wall. Back to the point to Klingberg. Got to get it to the net here. Klingberg still with it. Sends it to the goal. It's deflected wide. Blackhawks in the corner. Alex Vlasic got it ahead. Corey Perry can't get it out initially, and now when he does, he looks at an empty net, can't shoot it. The Leafs turn it back, but time is running out. Minute 4 to go. Errant pass there for Nylander, didn't work. Athanasiou sends it towards the Leaf goal. Gregor had it knocked away. Hall will shoot it in to the empty cage. So the veteran Taylor Hall will ice this one for Chicago. The big save that Soderblom made
off
Tavares stands rather tall here.
I'll tell you one thing, the Leafs are going to be able to perfect that goalie on the bench play. As we mentioned, it started with 4 minutes left in the opener against Montreal. And a similar time here. Austin Matthews had a couple of chances as well, Joe, to chip the puck into the net, but it was one of those nights where it's just not going to go, as the Leafs have had the push here in the third period. But give the Hawks and their goaltender credit. Soderblom has been outstanding here in the third period. 14 shots for the Leafs here in the third, 7 for the Blackhawks.
And now there's something going on here with
there's got to be.
Side.
I only think that's the only thing that would call back an empty net goal is perhaps an offside. Taylor Hall let it go for the right wing boards just inside the Leaf blue line. And obviously at this point, even if it's less than a 50-50 chance.
Why wouldn't you try it? Yep.
Yeah. Hope somebody else screws up.
Well, we will see how this works out. 54.1 seconds, so you're really pulling at straws here, but why not, right? Work it till the end.
The other thing is you get a rest if you want to come back out with Matthews, Marner, Nylander, Tavares again. You get a little extra rest to do that as well. Now we're looking, does he have control of it? I mean, that's going to be the question. Puck's bouncing. Well, I mean, Taylor Hall goes over before the puck. But does he have control of the puck, which would make it a legal play? But it looks like it was bouncing on him a bit.
Yeah, I think this is going to get called back, to be honest with you. Jordan Bean working 60 minutes.
Yeah. But this is one of those plays where you say, okay, we know he was offside. He went over before the puck, but you're allowed to as long as you've got control of it. And that is going to be the question that needs to be answered.
Ryan Gibbons giving the verdict, and Francis Saint-Laurent will give us the decision.
After review, the play was deemed to be offside, and therefore, no rule on the play. Please reset the clock to 55.9.
Okay, never mind.
Jordan Beans off to a pretty good start in the video control room.
2 for 2.
And wouldn't that be something if, I mean, half this building is cleared out with 59.9 seconds left.
Wall has gone back into the net.
Yeah, you can't say Hall never really touched the puck. It was bouncing. His feet went over the line first, and then he reached back and got the puck.
The draw one by Toronto. A pass up on the right side for Marner. There goes Wall to the net, or to the bench. Marner's backhand goes off a glove. It comes back to Tavares. Down low, centering pass, blocked in front of the net, and it comes wide. Near side for Nylander. Down low, centering pass. They try to jam it in. Nylander with it again. Back to Tavares. Tavares trying to curl out of the corner, trying to play it back. It'll come back to Nylander. 27 seconds left. Long shot, blockered away by Soderblom. Along the boards, Marner. Working in, the Leafs are going to work hard to try and get this close, but here's Nylander's shot. A pass in front of the goal is knocked wide. They're running out of time. Centering pass stopped by Soderblom. Cleared to the line, but not out. Nylander with a shot, scores with 6.2 seconds left.
Nylander knocked down a clearing attempt. Was it tipped on the way in? There was plenty of traffic in front. We might have to wait for this because nobody's going to the Leaf bench for the traditional high fives. 6.2 seconds to go. Now we're going to get a look at the replay here, Joe. If anybody, it's Matthews. Nylander looked up, threw it to the net.
Yeah,
it hit something in front.
Matthews. I think Matthews is going to get credit for it.
Now we're going to get a look at the overhead. If it's not Matthews, it might have been Vlasic, the Chicago defenseman, that redirected it.
You don't think they could tie this in 6.2 seconds, do you?
Our audience would go through the roof, wouldn't it? At this building.
Now we're having this looked at by the Blackhawks.
Got an automatic review for offside on the play.
Oh. Okay. Well, so the two video rooms have been busy here. 6.2 seconds remain on the clock, and the linesman.
Now, is this from the Hawks?
Yes. Oh, I would think so. Yes. Don't think the Leafs would be trying to get it offside.
Sometimes the league has to review certain plays.
You're true.
But I'm with you. I don't think the Leafs would want it reviewed. Ooh, close.
Yeah.
Mitch Marner was coming over the line. Willie Nylander did drag the skate.
So, I'll wait and see how this sorts out.
Hey, Luke Richardson looks like he could still play, doesn't he?
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's in tremendous shape. One of the nicest guys you're ever going to meet.
Well, Shane Doan, who is part of Leaf management as well, is another guy that looks like he could just strap him on and get back out there. I think this one may be called back. As I think Willie Nylander, although he did his best to drag his left skate and keep it over the plane, it looks like
I think they're looking at putting more time back on the clock here. I think that's what's going on, and we're going to have Eric Furlot make the decision.
After the automatic review, the play was deemed to be offside.
Automatic.
No goal in play.
Yeah, and that's from the league.
Well, I didn't think the Leafs would do it. Did you?
No, I didn't think
I remember you bringing that up.
Yeah, that would have been kind of silly. But anyway, so we put 51 seconds. Well,
this is the game that'll never end.
This is the game that will never end. The Hawks win the faceoff. Played off the boards and out to center. Klingberg forced back in his own zone. Round back of the net. The ice time tabulations are really going to be tough, though. Played back down into the corner. Here's Riley with a shot off the glove. The rebound was tipped wide of the net. 26 seconds left. Back of the net again. Riley tries to center, comes back to the blue line. Marner to Klingberg, shooting, deflected wide. Batted in front again. Soderholm played it into the corner. And now...
There's your penalty.
Oh, there it is. There we go. There we go. Except it's Matthews who's going to the box.
Penalty number 16, 2 minutes for cross-checking.
No. All right, Dickinson.
Now, Leafs should challenge this penalty and get the clock back up to 3:10. Wouldn't that be great?
Oh, it was a cross-check. Matthews again got flattened. Oh, boy. All right. Well, all this is going to do is kind of screw up your power play statistics.
Oh.
Wait a minute now. We're going to put more time on the clock.
We're going to have to send the Zamboni driver back off because
now we're ready to go. Boy, these guys have been on the ice for about an hour. Tavares, and then the face-off scrummed, and Tavares will be waved out. Matthews will move in. And the draw won by the Maple Leafs. Nylander with a shot that was blocked. Grabbed off by Radish, and he sends it into the empty net. I think
it was icing.
Vlasic is going to get credit for the goal.
So both teams in the dying minutes had goals called back, including an empty net attempt by Taylor Hall. But Radish is going to make good on this one, his first of the season. He was part of the deal with Tampa that sent Brandon Hagel to the Tampa Bay Lightning. And the Leafs will drop their first game of the regular season.
I think. And there's the horn. Apparently the game is over. And after 2 goals were called back, the final score is the Chicago Blackhawks 4, the Toronto Maple Leafs 1. And ironically, the marquee players do not get a single point.
Now, although I think Matthews might have got credit for the goal that was disallowed later on, and Willie Nylander, though, on a great setup to John Tavares, who got his first of the season, but they didn't get the secondary scoring and way too much off the rush. The Blackhawks were able to take advantage of a Leaf unit too many times that you had guys sucked in deep. You had defensemen getting caught on bad pinches, some bad line changes. And the Hawks, you didn't think if there was a veteran player that was going to be an impact, it would be Corey Perry, but he scored the big goal in the second period that really seemed to be the turning point of this game. And you not agree? I mean, the Leafs came back to tie it. Corey Perry makes it 2-1, and Hawks never looked back.
On a positive note, I thought Joe Wall played very, very well.
Yeah, not a lot, as we said. It gave up so much, and even on the first goal by Entwistle, he made a great stop off Athanasiou on a partial breakaway, and then the rebound was thrown back out in front and banged in. But you're right. I thought the goaltender gave him a chance to win. Leafs do end up out shooting the Hawks 37-30, but most of that was desperation based in the third period.
Maple Leafs will embark on this road trip, and our next action is Thursday night when the Leafs are in Florida to play the Panthers for the first time since they were eliminated by the Florida Panthers last year in the second round of the playoffs. And we invite you to join us for a 7 o'clock start. The Leafs drop a 4-1 decision to the Chicago Blackhawks. And we're set for the post-game show. And you're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
As a parent in Ontario, I want my child to thrive in school, and I know that smaller class sizes make a big difference. But classes seem to be getting larger every year, and the Ford government isn't doing anything.
We're gonna build a train so big, it can't be stopped.
Add stars to a Crave subscription and get the explosive new season of PowerBook 4, Force.
Egan's too dangerous to be left alive.
Tommy, you're gonna get what you deserve today. Tommy Egan is back, and he's badder than ever.
They're gonna regret the day they tried to play us. Chicago's a violent city. Game over.
PowerBook 4, Force. Stream now on Stars. Also available on Crave.
Winter, spring, summer, or fall, drivers are no match for me.
We hear Rodex tires deliver great performance at a great price, giving drivers excellent control in any weather.
This press conference is over.
Drivers will finally beat Mother Nature with Rodex all-season and winter tires exclusively at Cal Tire. Visit rodextires.ca to find the right tires for your ride.
Chicago wins over the Leafs. Post-game show is next on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
Do more in a reliable Subaru, they said. Enjoy more time together to go more places with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, they said. More award-winning safety for more peace of mind, but to listen to one song over and over again with fantastic acoustics. I love you, family, but the singing, nobody warned me about the singing.
Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I run at sonic speeds, but I'm not as quick as the fastest computer. And that's exactly what Sam needed. She runs an IT firm and needed an upgrade. Within 24 hours, she was approved for a business loan. After, I stuck around to play some online games. My legs might be fast, but my thumbs, even faster.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? start with pro materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire-resistant, water-resistant.
You came here to kill me, so do it.
This month on Crave. Every day is Halloween with all episodes of HBO's The Last of Us.
You're not going to scare us.
Showtime's Yellow Jackets.
We need to find a way to stay alive.
Plus, terrifying movies like Halloween Ends, Evil Dead Rise, The Exorcist, and more.
I'm losing my mind.
Stream now if you dare on Crave.
It all ends now.
Plans starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
In Ontario, we're investing in new reading and math supports and spending billions to upgrade and build state-of-the-art schools. Students are back in classrooms with their friends where they belong, so they learn the skills they need now for the jobs of the future. Learn more at ontario.ca/investing in students, paid for by the Government of Ontario.
At Toyota, we build quality trucks with you in mind because everyone loves a friend with a truck, especially a Toyota, winner of the Canadian Black Book Award for Best Residual Value. So when that inevitable ring-a-ding-ding for help comes, you're there, rolling up in an award-winning truck because you're an award-worthy friend. It's time to lift with your legs. It's time to Toyota. Lease a 2023 Tacoma Double Cab SR5 from $128 weekly for 64 months at 7.79% with $4,000 down. They're in stock now. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your local Ontario Toyota dealer today.
At Public Mobile, we do things differently. From our subscription phone plans to throwing a big sale right now when no one else is. Well, maybe they are, but who cares? Our sale is better. And it's on right now. No waiting necessary. You have the latest phone. Now take advantage of a great price on a 5G subscription phone plan. It's the perfect deal for anyone who could use some savings right now. Subscribe today at publicmobile.ca. Different is calling.
TSN 1050. Listen anywhere. Stream your favorite shows on your smart speaker. Simply tell your smart speaker to listen to TSN 1050 everywhere you want it. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
There's the horn. Apparently the game is over. And after 2 goals were called back, the final score is the Chicago Blackhawks 4, the Toronto Maple Leafs 1.
That is Joe Bowen with the final call. Welcome back to Scotiabank Arena. Jim Taddy, Frankie Corrado, and Jimmy Ralph summing up a 4-1 loss to the Chicago Blackhawks, where a couple of guys in the pregame show said this would be a lopsided win the other way, which is the absolute curse.
Okay, you did it again.
Yes,
remember, it was Jim's idea.
I remember it was in Montreal last year.
Oh, yes,
we had this conversation.
Yeah. And guess what happened then? Too?
Yeah, I know. You know what it reminds me of? I remember when Taves and Kane first coming into the league, came in and beat the Leafs, and it was Christopher Stieg and Kane and Taves, and they were talking about the young talent. This a little different because the young talent was really regulated to one player, but certainly enough to get by the Leafs, who looked flat, and as Frankie and I were saying, gave up a lot off the rush.
They just weren't focused. They got it worked. I mean, they deserve to lose the game. Wow.
No, this is on Frankie now.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was going back to Ralphie.
I'm staying away from the
controversy. There's a few things you can take away from this game, and I don't know where your power rankings of issues with this team may be right now, but here's a few examples for you. The third line has to be an issue. Right, like having Fraser Minton as a 19-year-old, I think it was a great story throughout training camp, but the expiration date on his tenure in the NHL this year is coming to an end very soon.
You think 9 games and that's
I don't even think he gets to 9 games. I don't think he gets to 9. I think they play out this road trip. Does that get them to 9 games? I don't even think that gets them to 8.
It's a 5-game
trip. Yeah.
So at some point very shortly after the road trip, you're going to have to make a decision. He's probably going back. And then that leads into issue number 2. You got a young player like Matthew Nyes. He needs a legit centerman to play with. So is that going to be David Kampf as a third-line center, or are they going to find someone? Is Pontus Holmberg going to come up?
Would you move Nyes up with Tavares and Nylander now?
I would have done that to begin with.
Yeah.
Because I think
they had moments last year together. That's the reason.
The element that he provides to that line, I think it complements what Tavares can do low in the offensive zone, in and around the front of the net. He keeps plays alive, like he prolongs things offensively for both those guys, and he can keep up with Willie off the rush, which we know is a strength of Willie. So there's that. Max Domi, it's quite evident he's thinking his way through the game. There's nothing instinctual about what he's trying to do right now on the ice. It's very noticeable. And then the second pair on the blue line with Klingberg and McCabe. We talked about the issues they had off the rush.
They got split up.
They
this
did
game as well, where they had McCabe, I guess, with Liljegren on the third.
They did a blender on the blue line pairing.
They were an issue off the rush tonight, so that's that kind of speaks to what we were talking about. Leafs giving up a lot off the rush, and then when you have a third line that's not giving you much, and a second line that was Willie was really good. The first line took a long time to get going tonight. They were turning the puck over, and that fed into the issues off the rush. I don't know. There's like a laundry list of things 3 games into the season that you can find with the team.
And yet goaltending I don't think was an issue. That you give up 3 goals again on home ice, I guess 4 with the empty netter, but if it wasn't for Joseph Wall in the first 2 periods, you're probably down 4-5-1 pretty easily. And I mean, even the saves just off Bedard he made in the first 40 minutes were impressive enough. So I think that's what bothers you a little bit. You kind of ruined a pretty good performance in goal, but I think from Chicago's standpoint, hey, you look at this road trip to start the season. 5-game trip for them that ends in Colorado later this week. Pretty good to get a 2-2 split to this point before going back to their home opener against Vegas.
I give Chicago a lot of credit, and Bedard especially. He was really good tonight.
Yep.
He had that one play in the first period where he twists Klingberg inside out, and Klingberg wasn't great tonight, admittedly, but hey, man, you still got to do it.
It's an NHL defenseman.
NHL defenseman. He made him look silly. Anytime Bedard was on the ice, it felt like the puck was attached to him, and he gives you those moments where the arena goes oohs and ahs. Yeah. There's only a select few players around the league that can get 20,000 people to go ooh at the same time. He's that guy, and he was cool to watch him tonight against the Leafs.
Yeah, and you see the confidence growing, holding onto the puck a little bit longer to make those plays. Maybe as big of a challenge as he's going to have is that it's one thing you talk about the speed of the game and how much less space there is on the ice and how everything. Goaltending is such a huge difference at this level as well, and you saw he made a couple of great plays and great shots. And Joseph Wall just batted them away or batted them down as his positioning overtook it. So that's all part and parcel to becoming a superstar in the NHL. Is one victory at a time. But we're seeing a lot more of them from Conor Bedard.
So, Frankie C., what you said about the blue line tonight, you would apply that to the other 2 games as well?
Okay, so for me, Klingberg shows promise offensively. That's his bread and butter. He's quite good on the first power play unit. He provides an element there that first unit has needed for a while. But as far as what they do away from the puck, those 2, like that second pair, McCabe wants to be involved offensively at the same time Klingberg is involved offensively. It's like they don't really read off each other quite enough yet. It's like there's a little bit of a communication breakdown between the 2. And we know what Riley and Brody are. We know what Giordano and Liljegren are, although, I've been saying this, at some point Liljegren is going to need to show that he's not just a third-pair sheltered guy. He needs to turn into that legitimate top 4 guy. Yep. We haven't really seen that yet. It's almost like he's plateaued at this level. Is he ever going to take that leap? Because if he does, it'll solve an issue as far as what the second pair is going to be doing because they're a liability right now.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to ask you this as a defenseman.
Barely.
How much is it? What I see with Liljegren, it's a touch of hesitation.
Yeah.
Just a little bit, whether it's coverage back in his own end, where you talked about Max Domi being more instinctual. It seems like Liljegren, again, the same thing. I'm going to move the puck. I'm going to wait. I'm going to take a man. There seems to be just a little bit of indecision.
I had coaches call it the rocking chair. If you're playing, you're in this rocking chair.
Yeah, I'm going to go. No.
Yeah, yeah. And you don't really get out of it. And it seems like the best players, they're almost unpredictable, but in a good way. So you watch that Jake Sanderson in Ottawa. The kid's obviously a stud, but man, it's not like he's playing to a script on the ice. It's like whatever the game entails, he's reading it, he's reacting, he's proactive, he's involved with the play. It's like for me, Liljegren right now, he's in that rocking chair, and he's okay to play his, we'll take a look here. What did he play tonight?
17?
He played 17:52. It's like that's the wheelhouse for him.
Yeah.
And if he wants to get into that 20 to 22 kind of range, he's going to have to assert himself a little bit more, and that means like what you're saying, like getting out of the rocking chair, not just kind of laying back and saying, I don't know about this. It's like you got to assert yourself a little bit more.
Yeah, and that's when you get guys half commit to a play.
Yeah.
Is usually once you get that one moment where you stop is when you're in trouble, because that's where somebody can blow past you on a dime. That
was my signature move, was the half commit. Like, am I even supposed to be on the ice, or do I go back to the
bench? Mine was blaming defensemen for half committing.
Yeah. So what?
And look, where are we now?
Look at us, eh? Would you ever give the defenseman the old tap on the shin pad? Like, you're telling them, like, hey, man, it's all good, but really what you're saying is, don't ever do that again, or I'm going to slash you across the back of the knees.
I think the worst exchange I ever had with a defenseman after a game is guy turned to me and yelled, "Worry about your own job." And my response was, every time you're on the ice, I worry about my job.
Well, how did that go?
Well, I think we clinched last place that night.
Well, so what you're saying about that hesitation, I suddenly got a flash of Rasmus Sandin. A year ago, that's what we were saying about him, weren't we?
He was a little different for me. Like, he was a different kind of player. He was bold. He wasn't afraid to make mistakes. And like, he would make mistakes because of the way he played.
But not out of fear. Yeah.
He wasn't afraid, though. No way. He was just playing bold and almost naive, and eventually the consequences caught up to him. I think that's different than how Liljegren plays. Like, there's nothing wrong with playing a quiet game. I would actually prefer if Jake McCabe played a little more of a quiet game. I think that would suit him and suit the D pair that he's playing on.
Especially on the Corey Perry goal.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the one. And even the power play goal that the Hawks scored in the second period, what essentially is a 2-on-4 ends up in a partial breakaway. And that's kind of where you go, that shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
You should have everybody back in the middle of the ice, and the D got caught kind of sort of sucked into trying to stand up, which is usually ill-advised when you're down a man.
I got to point out one play. Remember the play that Klingberg comes off the bench and he takes the hooking penalty?
Yeah.
It was in the third period. I watched that whole play develop, and Riley was late making the change, so Klingberg was late coming on. But I just don't want people to start turning Klingberg into what Justin Hall was, where it's like every time something happens to the guy,
it's his fault.
It's his fault, right? Like, that's a play where he got put in the soup there, and he goes to the box, and everyone's watching him after. But he got sewered on that play.
Yeah. Now the Perry one was that a bad change as well?
There was no change that was happening. That was bizarre to me because it was Giordano and Riley on the ice. Riley was in on the play. Marner was covering up, but Corey Perry found a way to get between Giordano and Marner and stretch them out by a zone. Like, I don't know how both those guys missed that. It was really strange. And those are like, you think about it, maybe it's a small thing, but man, that turned into a big thing because it's a breakaway and it's in the back of the net. And the other one, where Johnson scores, he knifes his way through McCabe and Minton. Like, it's a wall of three along the blue line, and this guy just knifes his way through no problem. It's like, okay, there's something going on there where it's a young player, it's an experienced defenseman who's having communication problems with his D partner. Like, it's almost like all these communication errors happening.
And I mean, obviously, every goal you give up, there's a series of mistakes that happen. But even the first one, Wall makes a pretty impressive stop off Athanasiou. Athanasiou chases it to the backboards, throws it out front, and before you know it, you're down 1-0. And again, but a similar play. The first one doesn't go, but then they retrieve it, throw it out front, and McCabe is late getting back.
And that was
again.
the one where McCabe's late getting back. Klingberg is way late getting back. Yeah. It's like both those guys can't be involved at the same time. If one's in, the other one has to stay out. There's a 60-minute game. At some point, you will have your turn to get involved. It can't just be all systems go all the time for those two.
Yeah, and that does kind of go back to know your role. And like you said, if you're going to say, all right, you got McKay and Klingberg, which one's the offensive guy? That shouldn't be a very long discussion.
It's a pretty quick discussion there.
Well, and one pairing was the two righties.
Did you catch that after? So obviously the D pairs got switched around, and then it felt like the blender came out, and Taddy and I are looking and we go, this guy's got Klingberg and Liljegren out there together. You never really see two righties playing together and one guy playing on the left side, especially when you have all the lefties this team has.
Yeah. No, I first started to notice when it was who'd they move Liljegren with?
Liljegren went up with McCabe.
Yeah.
And then Klingberg went with Giordano. that was the adjustment that they made.
That was my first notice of Sheldon Keefe maybe saying, I don't like what I'm seeing from the defensive pairings.
What'd you think of Connor Murphy for Chicago? I talked about it during the intermission, and I'm like...
He's got a chip on his shoulder, doesn't he?
Wouldn't that be the perfect D partner for Morgan Riley?
Yeah. Well, and again, we go back to who he has played well with. He was great with Luke Schenn in the playoffs last year. His best offensive game or season was playing alongside Ron Hainsey. And with all due respect to Luke Schenn and Ron Hainsey, those were guys that knew what their role was,
right?
To let Morgan Riley go. So,
but he's just never he's never had the right hand shot. 6'4", 200 and something pound, like really sound defensively, moves the puck well, been in the league for 8 or 9 years. Like he's never had that. He's always kind of had to pick up the pieces as they go along.
Yeah, he's carried some guys, but you're right. But it is funny when you look at Schenn and Hainsey being the two guys that he had some of his greatest moments with.
Chicago goalie was pretty dialed in tonight, wasn't he?
Yeah, and really maybe his saves of the game, Jimmer, I thought was off Tavares in the crease when it was thrown. I think it was Nylander threw it across it. Or no, it was Marner, a redirection pass across the top of the crease, and Tavares got a couple of whacks at it. Usually from there, Tavares is golden, but he makes 2 left pad saves, and it was one of those games that the Leafs weren't good enough, so you either needed the power play or you needed a gift goal.
Yeah,
a soft goal to maybe
he was solid.
Affect the Blackhawks, and Peter Mrazek was pretty good in Montreal Saturday night in a 3-2 loss.
Well, the 6 guys that were on the ice at the end for the Leafs, they threw the whole kitchen sink at that net for about 4 minutes. Didn't it feel like they were on the ice?
Yeah.
Like 4 minutes of gameplay, but because the reviews and all the whistles and all the icings, like these guys were on the ice for at least 15 minutes of real time without getting off. They I don't know if the oxygen tank was making its way to the bench at some point.
Well, they reset the clock to 59-9?
Yeah.
55.
After the Leafs had scored with 6 seconds left. So the Leafs dominated that whole time.
Got the puck back like 3-4 times, retrievals. Like at one point, Willie body checked himself up on the glass to make the puck hit him, and then they reloaded and attacked again. And then they just kept going and going.
Yeah. So here's the question. I don't know that we have the answer. Chicago scores to make it 4-1. The Leafs claim it was offside. When the Leafs score, the league says it was offside. Shouldn't it be the league in both cases?
Yeah, I've got to think of what's challengeable. I know the final 2 minutes of the game.
Well, they're both in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, it should be reviewed by the league, and you're right. But it was a Leaf challenge, wasn't it?
The first one was, and the other one the referee said automatic, and then he clarified that and said the league.
Maybe they beat him to it. Hey,
could be.
You ever get beat to the pizza here? You're
never,
like, Guy, you beat me to it.
No, never, Guy. Never had that problem.
Happened,
I don't know what that feels like.
See, that's why you don't know.
I just thought that, I don't know. I guess they did beat them to it, but, I mean, that should have been a league call.
Yeah, regardless, the result is the same.
Oh, absolutely.
And
I like how
changes.
they just kept adding time.
The analytics on this are going to be spectacular.
Oh, unbelievable. Poor guy doing the timesheet at the end of the building. He's crying. I mean,
and then doing the players' ice times.
Yeah,
it's off, it's on.
Yeah. Shots on goal. He's got to take. Okay, quickly before I don't know if we're running out of time. Okay, this is it.
Yeah,
this is it. Who do you go with in net next game?
I think you'll go back to Samsonov because of the 2 wins, and although I just think we're going to get probably a lot closer to a 50-50 split. By the time we hit January, maybe a little bit sooner than that.
Can I have a quick follow-up?
Yes, Guy, go ahead.
Do you feel better about Wall's game tonight than you do about Samsonov's previous 2 games?
Yes.
Yeah, like I get the warm and fuzzies after watching Wall in net. It just seems like I feel safe watching him in net. And when I see Samsonov, he's doing the 100-meter breaststroke right now, and it's not good.
Yeah, he's not settled. And last year I thought especially on home ice we saw some great moments when he was locked in and settled, and Wall seems to be a guy that to me, and we will see as his career progresses, that his bad games aren't going to be as bad because he's seldom out of position. Just his positioning is going to save him on nights that he might not be 100%, or the rebound control won't be there. There's just something about how he squares up, follows the puck into his body, and as Pierre Maguire coined the phrase years ago, economy of movement.
Yeah, he's like he under moves, whereas Samsonov.
No, I undermoved.
The nickname statue really didn't fly.
If you ever got told to go in a game, okay, your partner got pulled and you had the towel around your neck and you took that towel off, did you just get cold all of a sudden? You're like, I can't believe I got to take this towel off.
No, I only went in if the other guy was somehow slipped into a coma.
I'm in. There's the ambulance.
I always said, be ready. He goes into a coma. You're going in.
Ralphie, thanks
boys.
for the comedic stylings. Appreciate it. Let me know how you do the invoice. I'm gonna steal something from you. I need to see that.
I'll text you when I'm home.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You never do. He never does, eh?
Well, speak for yourself. 4-1 Chicago wins over the Leafs. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Have you ever mixed up the bear spray with the bug spray? Or taken the scenic route by accident?
Hello?
If you have, then you should have gone to Specsavers and gotten...
This October, riveting originals are right at your fingertips when you add stars to a Crave subscription. Courtney Cox, Greg Kinnear, and Mira Sorvino in new episodes of Shining Vale.
What if my psychosis got into the family?
Oscar winner Forrest Whitaker in the crime drama Godfather of Harlem.
I call the shots.
Stars also has the latest releases. Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, and the slasher comedy, The Blackening. Whoa. Subscribe now at stars.ca. Also available on Crave.
For help when it comes to your personal finances, but you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest nonprofit credit counseling organizations in the country with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They could help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-318-1940. That's 1-800-318-1940. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-318-1940. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-318-1940. Ontario license number 4705786.
Leafs Game Night live from Scotiabank Arena. There's a nice assortment of people on the other side of the building still hanging around to greet the Chicago players, the visiting players, always on that side of the building. Look at that crowd there. That's interesting.
A lot of GTA guys. Radish, good golfer from the Caledon area.
Entwistle.
Good golfer, yeah. Is he a Hamilton guy? He
Yeah.
played for the Hamilton Bulldogs.
He did, yeah.
Taylor Hall.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Conor Bedard must have family here. I think I saw his parents were on the TV, so taking in the game in Toronto.
Yeah.
Very exciting times.
It is, and this game for Chicago reminded me of how they beat Pittsburgh. They hung around, good goaltending, and chipped away. And I mean, quite frankly, with what they have, that's how they have to play.
Yeah, that's going to be their MO all season long. And if they get good goaltending like they did tonight, they're going to be in more games than they're not. It's so funny, eh? Like, we can talk about D pairs missing assignments and transition play and turnovers and all that kind of stuff. You get a stud in net, or you get a team that misses some chances, that's your X factor, and that's the thing that can keep you in games and keep you around, keep you competitive. That kid in Chicago's net was really good tonight, Soderblom.
Yeah, he was. He covered the lower part of the net extremely well.
Yeah.
And made the initial save and saw a lot of what he was stopping. So that's always a key thing. And I just like how they played within themselves and did what they had to do. Now the body language of the Leafs was, they couldn't buy a goal. I mean, it just wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, and you know what? You can dive into the numbers a little bit in this game, and the numbers will be a little skewed because of the flurry of chances that the Leafs had towards the end of the game when they had the goaltender pulled. By the way, I know they lost, and I know there were some performances that weren't great tonight, but I give those 6 guys on the ice at the end of the game a lot of credit. They really emptied the tank. Not only did they have the puck the whole time, they got it back a number of times. And, Matthews thinks he scored, and you hit a post along the way. The goaltender makes a couple great saves, and, the puck stays out of the net. But, man, for those guys to do that for the last 3-4 minutes, a lot harder than you think. So, looking at some of the numbers here, okay? Shots on net after 2 were 22-17 for Chicago. At 5-on-5, the slot shots on net, Toronto had 12, Chicago had 9. So Toronto was getting good opportunities.
They were.
They just weren't cashing in. And then scoring chances off the rush. So Ralphie and I talked about this a little bit. The Leafs weren't great off the rush. Chicago generated 10 scoring chances off the rush to Toronto's 6. So there were some holes, throughout the neutral zone and backing into the defensive zone that this Chicago team were able to exploit against Toronto.
Just off the top of your head, when you're going through the Leafs scoring chances, how many of them would you classify as clean?
Not a ton.
No.
It felt like a lot of it was to the outside. And for Chicago, it felt like they had some chances on the inside of the ice, on the interior. The one guy for Toronto that I keep coming back to that consistently does a really good job of getting to the inside is Nylander.
Yes.
And you could see it again tonight. He did it on the Tavares goal, cuts right through to the middle of the ice, creates a big opening for Tavares to walk in and wire a wrister, and there's your goal. And even in the third period, we saw Willie do the same thing. When he does that, it's almost like the parting of the seas. You can see everything kind of open up for him, and he starts thinking, am I going to shoot this, or is there maybe an option? I thought Austin Matthews had a really good opportunity in the middle of the ice in the third period. He passed it off to Tavares.
Yeah.
Tavares didn't look like he was expecting it.
No.
I think when you see 34 in the high slot there, top of the circles, and he's ready to wire one, I think you're just thinking, well, this guy's one of the best goal scorers in the world. He's got to fire this puck. No?
Yeah. It was a weird, an odd look, as I like to say.
It did have an odd look.
And
Any
Tavares
odor?
couldn't. There was a bad odor.
It was a bad odor to it?
Yeah,
That's unfortunate.
Tavares couldn't. He misfired on it.
He misfired because I don't think he was expecting it. There may have been a little too much English on that pass.
Yeah.
But if you're number 34, you got to be firing that puck. You know what? Matthews scores in different ways, right? Remember
but
when
that was home plate for him.
It was. But remember when he first came into the league, he was scoring on that wrist shot, power play, top of the circle, beating goalies clean. Tonight, he was in and around the front of the net. He had a couple tip chances that got saved or just went wide or just missed by a little bit. So as much as he passed up on that chance, there was a few others where you're like, man, he could have had 2. Two could have been in the back of the net for him tonight.
Yeah, nobody's criticizing his play, that's for sure. So here's the storyline out of 3 games, and it is only 3 games. They have allowed, and they're all on home ice, they've allowed 13 goals.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
And you can't blame the goaltender for everything.
No.
You have to look at, okay, so tonight the first thing that sticks out is the play off the rush. But I think a lot of it's going to start in the offensive zone for me. And you see when the Leafs get rolling around in the offensive zone, both defensemen will get involved in some capacity. Someone's involved whether there's a pinch, someone covers up. That defenseman is not exactly in a hurry to get back out. He'll play within the zone and hang around a little bit, which I don't mind. The problem then becomes, how do we sort things out going back into our own zone? Because I'll take you to practice, okay? When we do practice, everyone's in the right spots. The coach blows the whistle. We go down the ice, and everyone's in the right spots from start to finish. Now, there's variance that happens throughout the game, and at some point you will practice, okay, D goes in and pinches, forward covers back, whistle blows, away we go.
Yeah.
But it just seems like you don't take into account a guy like Corey Perry. He's going to try and sneak in behind you, and you might not practice that, but that's something you have to recognize right away and be like, how many guys am I seeing in front of me right now? Oh, there's 4? Yeah, there's a guy right behind you. And we talked about it when Tavares scored. Slightest little mistake ends up in the back of Chicago's net. Slightest little mistake on 3 occasions.
Right.
in the back of Toronto.
Well, those are AAA chances.
Yeah, they're very good chances.
Yeah.
Right? You can't let Corey Perry, as far as guys that bury on chances, in and around the front of the net, that's been his living his whole career. And Tyler Johnson, that one, that's way too easy. Essentially goes uncontested all the way up the ice, beats 3 Leafs defensemen, 2 Leafs defensemen plus a forward along the blue line, a wall of blue jerseys, knifes right through them. That puck's in the back of the net. So it's small things that end up being big things because they get magnified. And if the goaltender makes a save, you may not talk about it unless you're the coach and you've pointed these things out and you're going to address it in video. But it's hard to find fault in Joseph Woll's game tonight because way more often than not, you and I are sitting here looking at each other going, man, he made that look easy. Or, man, that looked really calm, didn't it?
Yeah, he does, and that's got to be confidence building for anybody playing in front of him. So we're talking about defensive issues, and so was John Tavares post-game.
Yeah, just a little bit on the counter in the transition game that a lot of teams possess, and the responsibility and the structure we got to have in all 3 zones. Even when you're controlling play, creating opportunities, you got to realize how quick teams can counter and transition, can be opportunistic, and obviously just at the highest level in the world, how quick plays can be made against you. So. We had opportunities, take the lead, get back in the game, but obviously not a spot we want to keep putting ourselves in.
Do you think you guys might have taken them too lightly? Or?
No, I don't think so. We just didn't execute as well we'd like probably to start the game, and then once our game got going and started carrying play more, just understanding the counter and when you carry play, that's the other side of it, where you just got to be good and responsible on the transition game.
How much of that is new guys, do you think?
I don't think that's a big reason why. I think we win and lose as a team.
What's your sense of William and how he's come into this season?
Yeah, just carrying over the year he had last year and the way he's been building over the last few years. So wants to be an elite player and a difference maker night in, night out.
Is there frustration, John? Maybe that's not the right word, through 3 games where things have been kind of off kilter, but I know you've won 2 of them. But how would you?
Yeah, I mean, we just expect a lot of ourselves and want to play at a certain level and a certain standard. And it's we can say it's a long season, but we want to get our game going as soon as possible. It's each game matters. The same. So the points are important, and continuing to get better and improve is extremely important. So today's result, and we look at the game as a whole, we got to get more connected from start to finish.
What do you think of Joe Woll's game, especially early on tonight?
Yeah, I think Joe was solid, especially early. Like I said, on the counter and transition, they got some opportunities and really stood tall. And you can see why he's a big part of our goaltending tandem and his potential and just his growth over time and why he's a big part of this team.
John Tavares postgame, what'd you think?
Yeah, listen, I think he has a good grasp on what the challenges were for his team tonight. And no, I don't think they took the Chicago Blackhawks lightly. If anything, you see that there's a marquee player in Conor Bedard coming to town. That should grab your attention. But he hit the nail right on the head when he said that it took them a little while to get their game going. By the time they did, they were trading chances. They weren't great off the rush. And Chicago made the most of the opportunities that they did have. And quite frankly, Jimmy, I give Chicago a lot of credit. That's not easy what they're doing. 4 games into the season, they've all been on the road, and they're still not going home yet. And they find a way to win in Pittsburgh. They find a way to win here in Toronto against 2 very good teams.
I think a split out of 4 games on the road to start a season and a split, and the other 2 games were competitive. That's a pretty good statement for a hockey team that doesn't have much.
Yeah, exactly. And we can talk about it when we see Chicago again, but yes, they're not going to be a great team. Their goaltender played great tonight. Bedard was good. They found a way to score on their chances. You can see what the veteran players on that team bring to the lineup for them, and it made a difference tonight. And for Toronto, you watch Ottawa play Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is going to take a step back this year. There's no doubt about it.
Ottawa isn't.
Ottawa looks like they're for real.
Yeah.
So as much as one team may take a step back, there's another team that's coming, and the Ottawa Senators are playing well. The reason why I bring that up is, someone just asked me, one of the Chicago media members between periods, does Toronto play down to their opponent a lot?
Oh.
And I said to him, that was a really big story last year, dropping games to Anaheim,
Not
games
just
to
last
Arizona. It's been a thing that's followed this team for a while, and tonight coming into this game, I was like, they're not going to be that team. They're not going to fall into the Monday night trap game, Chicago Blackhawks. Sure enough, they did, and they dug themselves too big of a hole to crawl out of. But, you think about losing games to teams and dropping points, it's all going to matter. It's very early, but it's all going to matter in the grand scheme of things.
That wasn't our friend Charlie who asked you that, was it?
No. Do you remember his last name?
Yeah. Romel Leotis.
Is that right?
Yeah, Romel Leotis.
Nice job.
Charlie Romel Leotis from...
Yeah, but you wrote it down.
Well, of course I write it down.
Okay, do it with your eyes closed now.
It's radio. Nobody would know. So what you said there, and again, it's Game 3, but any hint of past failures leaves an odor.
You don't want the same kind of things, the same crutches that follow your team year after year to be prevalent this year. Like, why not ditch certain things along the way? And you talk about winning in the playoffs and, getting over the hump. There's certain things that you're going to have to ditch. Got to ditch losing to back teams. Got to ditch, not want to show up on a Monday night when you had a big weekend, whatever the case may be. But you hope that you see some maturity.
Yeah.
Although it's a mature group, but maturity in the style of play early on in a game to go out there and say, you're Chicago, you're not a good team, we're a legit Stanley Cup contender, you're in our building, we're going to absolutely bury you here in the first 10 minutes. Before we get to Keefe, I'll tell you a quick little story. When I played for the Canucks, we played San Jose a lot. And every single time we played that team, at the Shark Tank specifically, someone in the room would be tying their skates and look up and say, boys, we got to survive the first 5 to 10 here. We just have to, because you knew what you were getting yourself into every single time. With the personnel that this team has, there's no reason why the visiting team, no matter who it is, shouldn't be saying that here at Scotiabank Arena.
Well said.
Thank you.
Yeah, low ceiling in San Jose, noisy building.
It's like
plus,
a tin roof.
Plus, the team was pretty darn good, too.
They were very good. This Leaf team is every bit as good as that San Jose team.
Absolutely, although I hope it ends better in the playoffs.
Yeah. One of the best teams to never win?
Yeah.
What do you think?
San Jose.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's Coach Keefe on what went wrong tonight.
Now on the Leafs Radio Network, Maple Leafs head coach, Sheldon Keefe.
I thought we were really sloppy with the puck in the first period, and then got beaten transition in the second period. That's really it.
What can you do to address the kinds of mistakes that you saw?
Just talk about them. The turnover stuff early on, just careless with the puck, and it's all our best players really, really careless to start the game. So that didn't give us a chance to take a hold of the game like you want to be able to do on home ice. So we weren't able to take charge of the game, and then you let your opponent hang around. We've seen this movie before. You let them hang around, and then you're not getting power plays. Even when we started to get some momentum, started to get some life there once they scored their first goal, and a couple penalties against us kind of took away from our momentum. And like I said, two goals in transition coming out of the offensive zone. I don't even know if we really had to defend. I don't know how much time we spent in our end tonight, not very much at all. So this is a much different story than what we've been through in the previous games. And then, not enough goals, obviously, to make up for the mistakes, which is what's been happening.
You're concerned at all just playing from behind for as long as you guys have within the season?
No.
What do you think of Joe Wall tonight?
I thought Joe was good. The goals he let in, their guys are in alone on him. We didn't get in alone on their goalie, I don't think at all, the whole night. And, they got 3 goals on us in alone on the goaltender. So that's the difference.
You said, I think earlier today, that Willie took a leap forward last year and it's carried on. You see that tonight as well. He seemed to be one of your stronger forwards.
Yeah, Willie was good with puck. Made a mistake in the transition, on the one goal against, and he's playing D. He's got to play D and let our guys recover. But offensively, especially in the second, third period, our best guys got going in the second, third period. None of us were good in the first, but like I said, second period was actually a fairly dominant period by us. But you're beat in transition, you give them free looks, and they score. So that's sort of the tale of the game.
Bedard from myself.
Yeah, he's really good.
The new look defense pairs there in the third.
No, just mix it up.
Is there still something though, Sheldon, we come back to practice Wednesday for you now? So what do you work through with the group, the defensive group?
Well, I think we just continue to focus on the things that we've been focusing on. The next game we play is not going to be like this one. And we had the puck probably 75% of the game tonight. That's not going to happen when we go out on the road. So the game's going to be different. So if we focus too much on some of the things that happen here tonight, we won't be ready for the next opponent. So we'll just keep doing the things that we've been doing. It's going to be a tough road trip for us. Quality opponents going down to Florida. We're well familiar with what we're up against there. So we'll just focus on that.
Coach Keefe, I like his assessment. Lousy first period. The star players really had a good game the rest of the way in the goaltender, and that's it.
Yeah, it was a pretty honest assessment of the way his team played, and even him talking about how the best players on his team really came to life in the second and third period, but too many back-breaking situations. You think about the first goal and McCabe and Klingberg, miscommunication as far as who's involved, who's covering up. Next thing you know, Athanasio beats you down the ice and sets up Entwistle, pucks in the back of the net, and then Corey Perry finds a way in behind Mitch Marner, Mark Giordano, Morgan Riley's up in the play, breakaway goal, and Tyler Johnson knifes through 3 Leafs defenders on the penalty kill, all alone in on net. What do you have there? You have 3 goals, and Sheldon Keefe pointed it out, where the person who scored the goal is face-to-face, eyes up with the goaltender.
Yeah.
Right? So the goaltender didn't get beat from distance. He didn't get beat from bad angles. He didn't get beat through screens or tips or whatever the case may be. It was like big mistakes and critical mistakes, and it's a tough spot to throw your goaltender in. And I thought Joseph Woll handled himself really, really well. And when push came to shove, the Leafs did have a chance to win this game, but then Soderblom was really good at the other end, gets a couple lucky bounces, makes some saves, and next thing you know, game's over, Blackhawks win.
That's a familiar script. When a really good team loses at home to a team that's not as good, the way you described how Chicago plays, that's how it happens. So if we were to say that Chicago in this game and obviously in their Pittsburgh game played to how they're supposed to play, what would that version be for the Leafs?
Well, okay, so to put that in Sheldon Keefe vision for you, okay, the thing that I would be the most upset about if I'm Sheldon Keefe is the fact that my team started flat at home against an inferior opponent where you could bury that team early on and have them playing from behind and playing catch-up. And so if the Leafs were to...
And that's a big difference right there.
Big difference. If a bad team is having to play catch-up, and they're the ones, who have to take chances after. Now you got offensive weapons that can capitalize on those mistakes. Chicago didn't have to make those mistakes tonight because they didn't have to push the envelope. They were gifted a few opportunities. They scored the goals, and then it made it actually quite difficult for guys like Matthews and Marner and Bertuzzi, for that matter, that whole line, to penetrate the middle of the ice. It felt like that line specifically, although they were good, it was a little perimeter. It had shades of last year with Bunting where the line would have the puck a lot, right? In the offensive zone, the high cycle, everyone's getting involved. At the end of a 30-second shift in the offensive zone, you're like, well, didn't get much to show for it there. Didn't get anything in tight, didn't get anything in a prime scoring opportunity. For me, Nylander was the guy who was able to get in through the middle of the ice. Third line struggled at times. Every once in a while, you see a little flash of something, but obviously that's not enough to win you games. But I guess to go back to your question, what does that look like for the Leafs? It's a great start. It looks engaged physically. and find a way to score a goal within the first 10 minutes or the first period. And it took them way too long to get into this game.
You remember in the first intermission, we're talking about all those passes that they tried to make in the offensive zone through players, and Connor Murphy certainly got in the way of a lot of them. But, what's the adjustment to that? I mean, obviously you want something to happen. It's not happening, so try something else.
Yeah, so, okay, I see this with Max Domi right now. Right now, he gets the puck, and his first instinct is to look up and see what play he wants to make. Whereas his first instinct should be get the puck on your stick and take at least 3 hard strides, and preferably in through the middle of the ice. Because now you get yourself off the wall, and you have some options. Things open up for you.
Okay, let me interrupt you here. When you're defending against that guy, and he looks up, and take us through when you're defending against the guy who looks up and defending against the guy who doesn't look up and does what you said, takes the 3 steps.